Dynamite.
Boom, boom, ba-dee, boom, ba-bee, ba-boo, ba-boo, beep-bee-lee-lee-lee-lee-dee-beep-beep-bee. All right, what up? I don't need that. Gonna turn down the quality. Gonna me's. What up, everybody? Hello. What up, nerdy nerds? Here we are. Hello. What is up? Jerry's using the restroom. He thought we'd just get started while he goes take care of some business. So we're here. We're doing stuff. What up, Hunter Meyer? What up, JD Megberg? UTP 216 Wieners and Butts from the networking guy. Hello. Hello. Oh man. Don Static Vengeance Clog pension. Just a quick number Juan. What's up, Pelly? Pel, what up? Hello guys. Hello. Ox about a 4090. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Alright, hold on.
Like this? Is yours as cool as mine?
You guys enjoy looking at my ass?
I bet yours isn't as cool as mine.
Wait, me or other people?
Networking guy. But I bet yours actually works. So
I found some Titans laying around.
oh, very nice.
Yeah, some old Titan XPs. I was just digging around in here the other day and they popped up and I was like, ooh, those are kind of nice cards for the day.
Yeah.
Those are kind of, actually the way games are being programmed nowadays, I feel like a lot of games have low enough graphics settings that they'll still run on hardware like that, no problem.
Oh, dude, people are still rocking 1080 Ti's and stuff. Yeah,
I believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how is everybody doing this fine morning?
Hey, thanks, Don Static Vengeance Kellogg for $4.99 post bathroom celebration.
Hello, tip $4.99.
Don Kellogg. Oh, that's interesting. I opened up YouTube and our Tech Talk is actually in my feed. Like it usually doesn't show up in my feed. Usually I have to go and click on videos and then click on it. It actually showed up in my recommended videos feed.
Like your regular.
Uh-huh. Oh, no, I was logged in under a different account. That was weird. I was logged in under even better. Way better. Yeah.
Yeah, you're at the top. I just go to youtube.com and our stream is
hell yeah, brother.
The top three there.
Yeah. All right, let me pull up my little diddly dashboard here. And we're going to have ourselves a wonderful, fantabulous day today, aren't we? It's going to be the best day ever. It's going to be the best tech talk that's ever been made. Oh, come on, dude. The hype machine. You got to do the hype machine. It's like, it's whatever. I've seen better.
Pretty much.
No, this is the greatest. This is the greatest show. By the way, I put little temporary googly eyes. They're not really googly. They're
yeah, man.
Because I got a great idea. AuxxZillary was because I don't look at my camera enough, right? I'm looking at the screen. Now I got the camera down here under the screen. And so I'm looking at the screen and it looks like I'm always looking over here. And I'm like, now I got little googly eyes. I can look down there and be like, what's going on, guys? It's easier for me to look at a lens because I can't really see it. It's so dark down in this section of my desk. It's really hard to lock onto the lens. Now I can just glance down there and be like, googly eyes. Googly eyes.
Ooh, that's a good one. Nanga Yoda asks, quick question, MSI Claw, ROG Ally, Legion Go, or Steam Deck OLED?
Dude, there are so many handhelds. So many handhelds right now.
I suppose it's going to depend on what your intent with the thing is. Because
playing the video games.
I have the regular Steam Deck. Okay, not the OLED one, which is a little
jealous,
strange.
By the way.
The OLED is the screen's a little smaller. I think total square inches or whatever.
Wait,
it's a nicer.
Do they use a different shell?
If I remember right, it's a little taller, but it's a little less wide.
So wait, is there a physical different case to fit the different size screen? Or
I think overall overall the size is still the same, but the screen is just a little.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I heard people were upgrading their non-OLEDs with OLEDs by just buying them and installing them. It just popped right in.
I imagine it's just a bigger bezel, right? Just a touch, or because the cutout for it. Oh shit! I did have my Steam Deck on my desk yesterday, but so I don't know. First off, I don't know enough about the other devices to really give a good opinion. I like my Steam Deck just as is. But
I mean, it's
what
probably
I've
brighter,
heard,
right?
well, and again, I don't know about like the screens on the other devices or any of that other stuff. I know the other flavors of handheld PCs like that run a version of Windows, where the Steam Deck is actually I think it's some flavor of Ubuntu or something. It's a Linux desktop, which you can drop to desktop. It is a full-fledged Linux installation. You can do all the same stuff that you do. This is how people are playing like their BattleNet games and stuff on the Steam Deck. Is you drop to desktop, you install BattleNet via the Linux distro, the Linux version of BattleNet or whatever, and like it plays through not Wine but Proton or whatever it is. So, but I know the other ones like the Legion Go, the ROG Ally. I don't know about the MSI Cloud, but the Legion and the ROG Ally both run a flavor of Windows, which might be easier to like fuck around with for you. I know that like I remember hearing that the ROG Ally had kind of shit battery in comparison to the Steam Deck.
But, I kind of feel like battery is always going to be a problem with those things. What kind of runtime do you get?
Depends on the game I'm playing.
I'd imagine that, right? Okay, I get it.
Like if I was going to play Baldur's Gate 3, and I limit, I try to limit, the graphics and stuff. I don't go super hardcore, super low everything, but if I were to play Baldur's Gate 3 at like medium and I lock it at 30 FPS and all that stuff, I'd get maybe a little under 2 hours, probably closer to like an hour and a half. But then if I play, most of the games I play are like Brotato or Vampire Survivors or similar games like that.
What is Brotato? I've never heard of it.
Look it up. It's a lot of fun. It's really fun.
Let me look this up.
And
I've
it's
never
cheap.
heard of it.
I don't know. I don't think the community's really decided on a genre name for this yet, but it's similar to Vampire Survivors, right? It's a roguelike in a general sense where you're running around and you're killing enemies. You gather resources while you're killing enemies, and then like it's almost like an arena shooter. Like it's kind of like Binding of Isaac. I don't know if this is helpful at all for you if you know these games.
I'm like, say what? What was that one?
I'd say Brotato is more similar to Binding of Isaac, but instead of moving from room to room like you would like say in Zelda, there you just kill all the monsters, you survive a certain amount of time, and you kill the enemies during the timer. At the end of the timer, you drop to like a shop where you spend the resources that you've gathered in the previous level to buy better weapons and upgrade yourself and things like that.
Okay.
So Brotato is like that. And then eventually you get to you get these weird, crazy combinations of items and weapons and shit, and like the fucking screen just fills with bouncing bullets and fucking dude. Brotato is so much fun. It's great art style. Fucking the little guys are fucking cute.
It reminds me of Smash TV. You remember that arcade game Smash TV?
That sounds very familiar.
Where you're like a dude and you run into the room and you can move one direction but shoot your gun the other direction while you're moving. So it's like two joysticks. One joystick's like the direction of fire.
That's where I'm. That's where I'm kind of getting caught up with like the genre of this, because like it is a twin stick shooter in that sense. You can move in a different direction than you're shooting.
That's awesome.
So it's Smash TV. Kevlar says like Smash TV. Yeah, I guess.
Totally
and looking at this, yes,
hey,
it absolutely is very, very similar to Smash TV.
Hey, I got to give a shout out to my bro in chat, Adam. He helped me so much these last couple of days get my security system back online.
Yeah, dude, he was telling me
with the cameras and everything. Oh my god, dude, I was like shitting bricks. Like I can't talk about anything right now because there's more legal shit in the works, and it ties your hands, right? So you can't really talk about stuff without hurting your case or somebody else's case. But needless to say, things got a lot more dangerous in the neighborhood when we thought everything was kind of blowing over. So I needed a security system, and Adam came through. He hooked me up with not only a security system, the security system. Dude, it's wild. It's wild. We'll talk about it here in a little bit after we finish talking about these games. But oh my god, dude. So thank you, Adam.
That to say, depending on the game you play, like if I play, like I was saying, like Brotato or Vampire Survivors,
Brotato will run on a watch, right? I mean, Brotato looks like it's like super simple.
Super simple. I'll get 4+ hours out of the battery on playing games like that, and those are the games I mostly play. Or really any of the games that are like purposefully designed for like a console, you can totally play like keyboard and mouse games. Like the little touchpads and stuff on there do a pretty dang good job of emulating like a mouse and keyboard. I've tried a few demos that weren't necessarily that aren't quite designed for like a controller stuff.
Nori
And I've
SS
done
tipped
pretty okay
$5. I told you Barney
using the
would
little
survive that
touchpad as like a
blizzard
mouse and
storm.
stuff. And then
I
you
believed in you.
it's a
when
little
all was
awkward
doom
because you
and
gotta
gloom.
it's the right trigger is the click. And I'm like, well, that's awkward when I'm trying to use my right thumb to do the square thing. So there's some little fussing. And then you can get way deep into the customization of the controller inputs and stuff too. So like, yeah.
I've heard about that with the Steam Deck is that you
dude.
can pretty much configure it to play anything because it's got.
If you fuss with it enough, yeah, man.
So it's got a touch controller, right? Like a trackpad, thumb trackpad.
Two little squares for that.
Okay,
yeah.
and then it's got 2 sticks, right?
And then two
and
analog
then both
sticks.
sticks can be clicked, right? They're clickable sticks.
And there's 2 shoulder pads,
two shoulder pads,
or 2. There's right and left bumper, right and left trigger, and the unders. Like,
are the triggers analog?
For
like a racing game.
It's like the PlayStation one. There's like a potentiometer behind it, so it depends.
Yep, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So the shoulder buttons are like just click, and then the triggers are like pull. Okay.
Think of it. It's very similar to the PlayStation controller, right? You have buttons, then triggers, and then you have the underneath. You got two buttons underneath as well.
You also, if I remember right, have a gyro, right? So you can also do like racing games by like steering it like this.
Maybe I haven't noticed that.
I'm pretty sure it does because I thought that they put their Steam controller into it. Like I thought that like their control schema in it was like engineered in the Steam controller that never went
anywhere.
They
have, I haven't bumped into anything that uses it.
Love ya, buddy. I am back.
Which I want, man. I need a proper racing game. I'm so bummed, dude. I was playing fucking Need for Speed Unbound on the PlayStation.
I looked it up. It does have gyro controls.
Good.
Give them a try, bro. Give them a try. For racing games, it's like the best way to play a racing game, dude.
I was playing fucking Need for Speed Underground or Unbound on the PS5, and I didn't know it was one of those ones that they could take away from me. And so now it's like locked and I can't play it anymore. And I'm so bummed because like I love more arcadey racers like that. I'm a big fan of especially Need for Speed. I like it a lot.
I love Need for Speed.
Man, and so I'm so bummed that it fell off of the PlayStation Plus, like whatever their GamePass.
Didn't Sony recently get sued for some shit, like taking people's games away that they paid for?
I think Ubisoft got in trouble for The Crew or Crew 2 or something like that. They got a big finger wagging for that. But nothing illegal. They didn't do anything illegal. I think that there was some community backlash, but.
So yeah, it says Sony has faced controversy for deleting games that user had purchased from their PlayStation consoles. However, Sony has recently announced that it will no longer delete Discovery content from the PlayStation libraries following fan backlash. So yeah, I remember
content.
I think it's like as long as they have it installed on their console, they can keep it, but they don't necessarily get to download it from the store again. Yeah.
Somebody in chat was saying TV shows and movies. Okay, yeah, that's whack.
Yeah, the Discovery shows were taken down.
That kind of shit has got me thinking like, dude, I need to start collecting Blu-rays.
You don't own anything. You don't own anything online.
Or I mean, I have my Plex collection, of course, too. But like, that's, dude, I don't.
Every company,
I don't want to spend the money on 12 terabyte hard drives. And
dude, every company has taken advantage of people being complacent with thinking that they own something just because they can watch it. Like there's this constant thing in here. Even on YouTube, like if a video gets deleted, people get pissed, even though it was like the right of the person to delete their own video if they wanted to. It's like, no, I watched that. That was up. You can't delete that. It's like there's this weird thing, and then companies don't tell the users. No, I don't know. Do you know of a single company that straight up tells you in clear language, not reading through 50-page EULA, that's like when you sign up for Netflix, our library contains these videos, and these videos can go away at any time, even if you buy them.
Yeah, no, because Amazon got caught with that too a while back.
Microsoft's music store, you remember Zune?
Yeah.
My boss had $10,000 library of music on Zune. He bought his entire music library in Zune because he didn't want to duplicate it. So he spent like 10 grand and Zune went offline and they're like, oh, we're sorry, you won't be able to access. And they gave him no way to back up his songs.
That's shitty.
Yep. They didn't pull DRM and let him download the non-DRM versions. They're just like, oh, the last day you'll be able to listen to your music is on this day. And so what he had to do was he basically had to go and disregard the final update. Like he bought a Zune that didn't have the final update, and then he just refused to get the final update and sunk his library locally to it. And then it just worked, but he can never add any more music to it. And I was like, dude, that's so bullshit that you have to hack your way around.
they're starting to be more clear. Like Steam added the whole thing on the little sidebar that says like, hey, you're only purchasing a license, blah, blah, blah. And like Netflix has a little tag on there that says like leaving soon.
Yep.
Yeah.
All it is renting. When you buy something on Steam Marketplace, it's renting. You buy any game on Blizzard, even GTA 5, you're renting. If they want to take that down, they technically can. There's nothing you can do.
I bought Stalker 2, but through GOG because I was like, I'm starting to lean more toward like, man, I want to own my stuff or at least have a copy that it can't be like taken away, you know?
Yeah. I've heard there's been quite the resurgence of piracy lately too.
For sure.
I thought piracy was pretty much dead in the gaming world because of all the online DRM and stuff. And it's like, no, there's still like Black Ops 6 and shit. People are downloading that, breaking it and playing campaign and stuff. It's wild.
I do not. Well, fuck it. I support that shit. I don't care. Fucking download. I draw a line morality.
Just say theoretically for legal reasons.
Well, I draw a line. Like I won't pirate, like indie games or small titles, even what I would consider some that are like bigger, but still feel good to me in terms of like corporate policy and whatnot. Like as an example, I've already purchased Stardew Valley, but I wouldn't pirate Stardew Valley, but I would fucking totally pirate Call of Duty. Fuck Activision. Fuck them. Like, you know what? Yeah, that kind of stuff. Theoretically, a VPN is important. Yeah, it is because I got a finger wagon from my ISP.
You will.
A couple weeks back.
All you'll get is finger wagons too. All you'll get is finger wagons. They will not do anything.
It was so funny. I'm trying to watch something on my TV, and it's not loading. Like the main dashboard will load. Like I'm trying to watch Amazon, let's say.
Sure.
Main dashboard loads just fine, but like I go to actually like start the movie and it won't do it. This is something like network problems or whatever. I'm like, oh, that's weird. Okay, so something funny going on with the TV or something, whatever. And then I come to my computer and I go to open a browser. Boom, first freaking page, and any tab I open, boom, 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 loading up says, hey, we caught you doing this. Here's what we know that you freaking torrented, you butthead. Don't do this again. If you keep this up, like we can take actions.
Yeah, the empty
and I'm like,
threat.
oh shit. Okay, I guess my bad.
No, the only people they go after is the big distribution hubs. What do they call them? Like the super nodes or whatever. Like the guys that literally are parking like the entire torrents in their entirety and sharing them.
I was doing something on a popular thing, and so I know that they honeypotted right in and whatnot. It was a big popular.
I remember back
thing.
when I used to torrent. Or do you ever get the ones where it's like you download a video and a movie and you're like, oh, I'm gonna watch this sumbitch. This is a long time ago. I used to do this. Now movies, I just get them. I guess it's still technically piracy, but I don't do the piracy. I watch it through like other people's Plex servers that they share with me.
Oh yeah.
So it's like they're sharing me a Plex server. It's like, okay, I'm not in charge of their content. Like if I go to their Plex server and watch it, I'm gonna watch whatever. So, but have you ever downloaded anything off a torrent site and then you go to play it and it pops up and it's like that PSA, like you wouldn't download a card. It's like, you've been caught pirating because they just would honeypot all these like videos to like give you a finger wagon for like piracy.
Yeah.
Oh my! And then you'd end up sharing it yourself because like the whole night it's downloading. It's like sharing the fragments out to the network. So you're like helping other people download the video and spread it. Yeah. You know, touche though. I think that's clever as shit. I actually think that's pretty funny. Like. And then they make it the exact same size too. They'll like pad the end of the video to get it to the exact same byte size so that when you look, it's the same title, the same size and everything. You just happen to click on that one and that's the one you get, you know, unless you can look at all the metadata and everything like that and see that it's like slightly different.
I mean, that's what I get for being lazy.
Adam said, is Kim Dotcom in jail? He's supposed to be. I don't know if he is yet, but he's supposed to be. Let's see. Kim Dotcom in jail, USA, because he was supposed to be
currently.
So last I heard,
from New Zealand,
they approved his extradition to the United States, which he was still fighting. Last I heard, like he's still fighting with their government to undo because apparently that country has no extradition to the United States. They're making like a special case.
New Zealand?
Yeah. This was a special case just for Kim. The whole reason that Kim Dotcom went there to that country was because he knew he could run that site without the USA being able to do jack shit. But what happened was there's a whole documentary on Netflix. It's a great documentary, but it talks about how like Hollywood like teamed up with like the United States FBI and CIA and shit and like used all their resources to put massive pressure on this government to basically we got the government to approve us to run a military op on their ground to raid his house.
Wow.
It wasn't them, it was us. We literally got permission to like fly over there with our troops and shit and break into his house and like extradite him out of there. Get him and then they're like, yeah, we're going to hand him over to the United States. And the thing is, under US law, he's like, how can you charge me? And first of all, Kim Dotcom is a piece of shit. Like, I know the guy, I talked to him for a long, long time. Big super fucking Trumper conspiracy theorist. Like he's the dude is a total dick. But the one thing is he's kind of clever, and he is right on this, is he committed these crimes against the United States. He wasn't in the United States when he ran that site. He was in a country that allowed that stuff. So, they're extraditing him to the United States, and he's being tried for crimes that he did not commit on U.S. soil. In his country of origin, they were perfectly legal. That's like us extraditing somebody, and they can't drink unless they're 35 to some crazy backwater country.
Like, when it comes to digital stuff, though, if any of that traffic came through United States servers, they got you. Like, that's why, like, wire fraud, right? Like, if you're scamming old people, like, it doesn't matter if you're in India doing the scamming, the data and stuff is in the United States. If you're scamming U.S. citizens, then the act did occur in the United States. Like, I think that's fair. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I think that's fair.
So the data, like, say, whatever, Mega Upload was hosted in Liechtenstein or whatever.
The content he stole was from America. Yeah,
but it's being distributed and stuff in America. Mm-hmm. It was created in Hollywood or whatever, and so, like, you're starting to cross state and international lines, and then it gets really weird. Like, if it all just been kept inside, sure, but like, yeah,
he's fighting it as hard as he can, though, because apparently he's gonna get life in prison. Like he is committed.
What?
There's enough charges against him that he'd go to jail for life.
Copyright infringement, money laundering is the weird one, and racketeering.
Yep.
Like, they got him on RICO charges. Like, that's crazy.
Not only that, but Mega was also a huge hub for child exploitation material.
Sure.
And because
they're making an example,
and because it was all encrypted by its very nature, it was like encrypted, so he didn't have access to it. They're saying that he knew what kind of things would be stored. Like, the whole reason he created the site was so that people could store illegal shit, period, regardless of what level of illegal. They could store and share illegal stuff. And his argument was, it's encrypted. The person uploading is encrypted, so I never have possession of the data itself. I just have possession of the encrypted data, which is useless.
Right.
But at the same time, because it's still the person's, like, if you encrypt the data and upload it, you're the one providing the key to the other person to decrypt it. So technically the data on a server is useless. But the fact that it was being used to ferry shit like that definitely shines bad on him.
Wow.
So, and his whole argument of, I just created a place for people to upload files, and we even say that you can't use it for illegal shit, even though they never enforced the rules. They had a TOS that said you can't upload copyrighted shit, yet half the shit on their site was like movie 2016, brand new movie, DVD quality, cam, they're saying that zero effort was made, and he even, like, in interviews would, like, nod and wink. Like, we say that you're not supposed to upload that, but, it's like, hey, we're not your mom, we're not your dad. Like, you can upload whatever the hell you want. Basically, he tried to use the same argument that the torrent servers that got taken down. Remember when Pirate Bay got taken down?
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah.
They're like, we didn't have anything on our servers. We had URLs. Our server basically had URLs pointing to data. Like, how
you're
can you
facilitating it, right?
That's what they said. Yeah.
It'd be like, I just have this place that people can come to. I'm not responsible for what they do in my building, but you are.
Right,
you are.
Right.
Like,
if you're a contractor and you hook somebody up with a hitman, you're still complacent in the hit, right? Like,
there's weird fuzziness about all that too. Because, like,
there is.
I do believe there should be places like Signal. Completely fully encrypted, end-to-end encrypted. Like, the platform can't read your messages and stuff. I'm sure there's people sharing shit through Signal that is weird and inappropriate or whatever.
Yep.
But there should be places where you can hide what you're doing, because, frankly, especially, we're getting to a point where, like, it's going to be necessary. It's going to be, it is necessary to hide certain communications from people, whether that's authoritative figures or just random public.
Yep.
And that does mean that they're going to be using these spaces for nefarious,
what a
really,
great example
really
is?
Awful things. But, like, I don't know, man.
Dude, there is a great example of I'd say this is the worst example out of all of them. Ethereum. The Ethereum blockchain You cannot remove anything that goes into the blockchain. If you put a unit of work into the blockchain, it cannot be removed, because if you remove anything from the blockchain, you break everything after that point, because it's a chain. If you break a link, every link after it is broken. It is a financial institution, a global financial institution. But here's the problem. Some people thought it'd be cute and funny, or when it was really cheap, to just put a bunch of CSAM material and illegal software and people's personal information and credit card numbers and shit. They put that all in the blockchain. Just like completely open, unencrypted, it's in the blockchain permanently forever. And because they linked that, they paid the transaction fee, and they included that as a part of the workload, a block of UU encoded data that can be decoded to video or pictures. Anybody can go in there and just pull that data out and just decode it, because you can look at the headers and figure out what the data type is, what the MIME type is, or whatever, and put it back together. And so there's no way to ever remove that. So that means that every single person in the world that is mining Ethereum that has a partial blockchain entry on their computer, because you have to, right, to be building that, you are trafficking CSAM. You are trafficking pirated software. You are doxing people, because you are holding that data in your blockchain on your computer that's not encrypted. It's UU encoded. There's a difference. Encoding and encryption are different things. Encoding, anybody can decode it if they know what the encoding is. It was encoded. There's no keys involved. Encryption, there's keys involved. So the fact that all that shit exists, the only thing you can really do is like go to blockchain viewers online and block out accessing data at certain chunks when you look them up. And a lot of these online, they've done it where if you like go to a chunk, it'll say, oh, this chunk doesn't exist, or this chunk's inaccessible. But if you sync the blockchain, which anybody can do, all you got to do is just start up a crypto miner and say, hey, I want to sync the whole, 100 gig blockchain or whatever down to my computer. And you have that, every single thing that's ever been put into that blockchain, every piece of work, everything is still in there, and you can access it. So, and there's no way to remove it. You cannot remove it. There's no way. And so how do you fight something like that? Because one, there's no way, because you'd have to kill the crypto. You'd have to literally
you got to redo it.
Everybody's value away. Like if you said, oh, this one guy, and because anybody can put anything in the blockchain if they pay, there's no way to reject it, right? The whole point of cryptocurrency is if you have the money and you have the bandwidth or you use another service that has the bandwidth to actually compute the hash and put it into the blockchain, you're allowed to do it. It's your right. There's no censorship or rejection mechanism anywhere between you and that blockchain, because you're putting it in there. And then as soon as you put it in there, everybody else propagates it immediately because it's a financial transaction. And then once the majority of the network agrees that transaction belongs in the blockchain, then it propagates the rest of the way. So there's really no way to stop it. And now you see all these other things using blockchain like Odyssey. Have you seen Odyssey? So Odyssey is an online streaming service that's similar to YouTube. Okay, very similar. It's almost a clone of YouTube in the way. And I think it's ODYSEE. If I think, let me see. ODYSEE. I think. Odyssey.com. So ODYSEE.com. You can go here. Now they put a bunch of censorship on the website interface, so that, if you try to search for like CSAM or illegal stuff or movies and stuff like that, usually it'll filter them out because they have a reporting system like YouTube where, but it's only at the website level. This is all blockchain, which means if you sync the blockchain, because you can literally mine these coins, like by watching videos, you can sync the blockchain down and get those data blocks. I did my part. Crap. What's going on here? So Odyssey can filter shit that you can view through the website, but they can't stop it from going into the blockchain. And if it goes into the blockchain, there's no way to remove it. So the best that they can do is they use something called, somebody's going to help me out because it's been a while. Something FS. It's like a blockchain-based file system online that a lot of blockchains use for storing the actual data, because it's too expensive to store the data in the blockchain. So you basically put a pointer in the blockchain, and then that points to the data that's in this distributed file system. But the problem is the distributed file system is distributed the same way as the blockchain, which means as long as enough people in the world are replicating that file system and replicating the data, it's almost impossible to delete something from it. So again, if you have a pointer, if I say, I'm going to create an Ethereum token, now I'm going to put a pointer in, not Ethereum, Odyssey. I'm going to upload a video to Odyssey. What it's doing is it's putting a pointer in the blockchain for that video to track it and all that. And then that has a pointer in it to this distributed file system. It's like Internet FS or something, I think is what it's called. And that is also distributed, so you can't remove anything from it once it's in there. Even if you want to delete it, you can't. So yeah, it's super fucked, because it's like there's not. But then if you can't do anything about that, and you're not prosecuting the people for mining and having those blockchains on millions of computers, then why are you going after the torrents? Why are you going after Mega, why are you going after these other sites? Because at the end of the day, it's effectively a bunch of encrypted data or data. Well, I guess it's a single point. They could delete it, right? I guess that's the difference is in the distributed network, you can make an argument that you have no choice. You can't delete it. Like you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? But if you're Mega or you're Pirate Bay, you are a singular point, even though it's a distributed network, you're a singular point where you can choose what can be seen and what can't be seen. So I guess that's the difference. I think I answered my own question. It's like because they are in a position where they could do something and they choose not to, then they're liable. Whereas if you're mining crypto and you have to have the blockchain on your computer to do it, and you can't remove anything from the blockchain because you don't have the authority to do that, then you can't really be blamed for what's inside of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the differentiation. Yeah, IPFS. Thank you. Dwarfsden got it. The IPFS is cool. If you actually, Odyssey uses it too. So it's let's see here, IPFS, the Interplanetary File System. So, and it's basically just a massive distributed file system that anybody can put any file into, and all the computers around the world will replicate fragments of it. So in a way, it's kind of like peer-to-peer, but not really. Instead of going peer-to-peer, the peers can have a whole bunch of data, but they don't really even know what they have. They just have fragments, right? Fragments and numbers. So no one computer is holding on to a specific piece of data that by itself is illegal. You know, and I guess that's how torrents work too, right? Is by having it broken up amongst so many different sites. No one person has a complete set of the work. So it's like, how could you sue them unless the only people you can really go after is the people that put it together, right? If you catch the person putting it together in their hard drive and be like, oh, you're in possession of a illegal piece of software, because they can't go after the nodes because node A only has 10 seconds of video, which would be under fair use or less. And then node 2 has another 10 seconds. Node 3 has another 10 seconds. And I'm sure they could jigger it to where it's just enough that it's not really something that you could prosecute. Let's hear. Irene said, thank goodness I looked at Blue Sky today, or I would have missed the notification that you're streaming. Woohoo! I love Blue Sky. Blue Sky is awesome. Yeah, I actually just sent out the link today to come join us here on the stream. Hey, if you guys came here from Blue Sky, please say so in chat. I would love to hear you guys sound off. If you guys don't know what Blue Sky is a social network that is exactly what Twitter used to be before Elon screwed it up. So, and it's open source. You can actually, unlike X is not open source. Elon says it's open source. It is not. Yeah. I can prove to you it's not open source because you can go right to GitHub and look at the project. And there's not an update in 16 months. Jerry? It is not open source.
This coding boot
just the thought just gave us $5.
Woo! Obviously open mouth smile.
Actually, here I want to answer some of these super chats coming in because you guys are beautiful and we love you. Let me open up viewer activity so I can actually see what's going on here.
Do it.
Oh, ground control. I forgot to have ground control. Ground control is a cool software from Stream Elements that makes it so you don't have to log into the website. You can just have the activity feed chilling right inside of your browser. Yep, YouTube, Stream Elements. There we go. I got it. Okay, now I can see what everybody's talking about. All right, so let me go through these. So the first super chat that we got today was Don Kellogg. He said post bathroom celebration because I was gone at the bathroom when you started the stream. Thank you for the $5. We really do appreciate it, brother. Nori SS, thank you for the $5. He said, I told you Barnacules would survive that blizzard storm thing. I believe in you when all was doom and gloom, dude. So first of all, did you fare well during the storm?
Dude, yeah, I blinked a couple times. Like it didn't even fully shut off anything.
Okay, so here's how lucky you are. At one point, 54% of all Puget Sound Energy customers were out of power.
Bonkers.
Dude, 475,000 homes were out of power. And some of them were out of power so bad that their minimum date to have service back on was this Sunday or January 1st for one person that I talked to who's way out in Podunk. He got January 1st because he lives out way out on this road and there's literally poles down on this private road, so it didn't get very high priority. But yeah, when you looked at the map, it looked like an apocalypse. Like it looked like the cyclone literally just took out the entire power grid in Washington. So we prepared for the worst, right? We had I think 20 gallons of gasoline. So 4 of the totes, and then we had the generator full too. So that would have been 25 gallons of gasoline. With the Honda generator, we were ready to go. We knew the power was going out though, because the whole day the power was flickering. A couple times it turned off for a full second. A couple times it did the worst thing you don't want to see, where it goes down to like half voltage. Like it was dropping down to 40 or 50 volts, doing like a little brownout where all the lights are really dim and you can hear electronics squealing and shit trying to handle, sucking juice with that little bit of voltage. Not good for electronics, by the way. That's why you should run anything sensitive on UPSs. It's not because the power spikes up. it's dropping the voltage in half that really starts fucking your stuff up. So we finally lost power at about 10:36 p.m. and we were like, Puget Sound Energy's like, we have no estimate. We have no estimate for hours. I fire up the generator. I get it going. I'm like, shit, we're going to be without power for days. Adam messages me and sends me a link, and it's like, he shows like half of Washington is out of power. And funny enough, though, I woke up the next morning and our power was back on. And I was shocked by this because the power in Redmond was out. The power in Bellevue was out. The power in Woodinville was still out. Like, power everywhere was out. Just my little podunk town somehow had power. And we found out the reason being is my little podunk town has three main lines, like the big, huge lines that come into a city. So we have three of those that come in and converge at our power center. Any of those three can feed our entire town. So two of them were down. One of them stayed online. So that's why we were able to get our power back faster than everybody else. But I think Adam, when did you get your power back? Was it yesterday or today? So, because Adam was out longer than me. He came out to my house and needed to like go to our local grocery store and stuff because we had power and nothing over by him had power. The movie theater in Woodinville, no power, right? So they had to skip a movie that they were going to see. But yeah, it was weird. It's like, I've never seen like Redmond Town Center out of power for that long, like ever in my whole 20 some years living here, right? It's like those big cities, they always seem to get power back online immediately. So I was shocked that we got our power back on. But the weirdest thing about the whole experience was, where the hell was the actual storm? Like, it was barely blowing. Like, if you went outside, it was just this constant breeze. It howled a little bit. Like, you could hear a little bit of, wind going through the trees. But it was this constant wind that wasn't strong at all. Like, I could go outside. There was nothing. I felt no push on me. Nothing was getting blown around. The trash cans weren't getting moved. Nothing. At no point was the wind even high enough to move a trash can. And somehow it knocked out this much power and did this much damage. And I don't understand how. Like, we've had storms way worse, dude.
Yeah.
It didn't do that.
I don't know. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you survived it and you didn't have power go out at all. You're like incredibly lucky, actually.
Yeah. Because it has gone out here a couple times at other, in the past, the few years that I've been here.
Sure.
But no, it blinked a little bit. Not even full on like having to reset my clocks or anything. It just like neat. And then come back, and then I was like, "Oh shit! I better turn my computer off just in case."
so I can't say on stream, and this is gonna make people are gonna be like, "God damn it, why?" I can't say on stream, but I'll tell you after the stream. So I'm gonna tell you because you can keep a secret. And Adam already knows. But while I was outside fueling the generator, something was happening nearby that I was completely and totally unaware of. I can't tell you about it now because of legal reasons and all that. But something was happening that I was completely unaware of while I'm out in the pitch black fueling the generator with my wife behind me. And let's just say I'm lucky to be alive. Let's just say I'm lucky to be alive.
Thanks, Pele, for 200 seconds.
Oh, thank you, man. Woo! Yeah. But yeah, I almost died, dude. I legit almost died. Trying to fuel up my generator and my wife. We had no idea. Like, we came back in the house, took our shoes off. We thought nothing happened. Very uneventful. Like, it was raining. It was hailing. But like no crazy wind or anything like that. And then we found out, or from our neighbor that something very scary was happening. But yeah, needless to say, that's one of the reasons why I have cameras now. So now all the cameras, I did have cameras before, but they were all shit. Adam saw my old 14-year-old cameras and he almost puked. They were so bad. I mean, they were horrendous, 260p resolution. Now I'm rocking the state of the art 4K, can spot a mosquito farting, right? I've got radar, I've got microphones, I've got external speaker that I can talk to people back and forth crystal clear. I've got AI that can identify individual people's faces, dogs, barks, sirens, car alarms, and basically aggregate it all out and make it searchable and stuff. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. Home security has gotten so crazy. Oh, yeah. Man. So crazy. Yeah. So now I'm dipping my foot into that. So once I get comfortable, I'll start making some content on that. Because I think if I didn't know the technology was this far along in this space, I'm sure a lot of other people don't also. So Josh FSD said, took you long enough to update. Yeah, no shit, right? So here's the thing. My old system literally caught a dude doing something that was very creepy and very illegal that I really need to give to the police, and the fucking hard drive crashed on my DVR while I was reviewing the footage. I even have the hard drive sitting right, where is it? I've been trying to recover it. Here's my old DVR. If you guys want to see, this was the This was the old Barnacules security system, the QC. This is the DVR that ran all the cameras. It supported up to, I think it was like, 12 cameras? I only had 6. But yeah, here's the hard drive that I'm actively trying to recover this, and it's the worst hard drive to recover too. Anybody remember these? the Western Digital Green Power. Can you believe that this recorded video 24/7 for 14 years before it finally died?
That's pretty good though.
Pretty good.
Not
good.
Bad at all.
But yeah, literally I was scrubbing footage on my phone and it started going beep, 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 and it'd lose connection. I rebooted it. I started scrubbing footage. It crashed even faster. Then it never booted up again. I took out the hard drive. I put it on one of my external hard drive, like little SATA readers, and I plug it in and it recognizes the drive, but it says that it has a bunch of bad sectors and there's no file system because QC just writes to the raw disk using their own proprietary thing. So I'm going to try to freeze it next. I haven't done that yet. I'm going to try to freeze the bearings in a Ziploc bag with desiccant, pull it out, stick it back into the DVR, see if I can get the DVR to boot up long enough that I can just go directly to that day and download the video before the bearings like fail in it again. So I'm hoping I can get that footage because that footage will be very, very helpful to some stuff that's going on.
Nice.
But now I've got the right cameras in place that when more shit happens, and it's inevitable now with everything that's going on, more shit is going to happen. So now I've got the right camera. So I've got the one camera up right now that has like full AI capabilities. Like if you drive by anywhere with a vehicle, it gets your license plate. It extrapolates your license plate. Even if I can't see your license plate or read it in the video, because the AI is using the raw data coming off the sensor before it's compressed, it can see shit that I can't even see. So it'll like, you'll look at the picture and zoom way in on the license plate and you'll be like, by the way, this has optical zoom too. This camera can optically zoom, but even fully zoomed out with the widest field of view out to the street, it's like, I'll see a license plate and I'll be like, I can almost read it, but not quite. And it just extrapolates it and puts it right over the image. Like in Unify, it just shows the picture. And it's like, here's all the license plates I've seen today. Here's all the cars I've seen coming and going. Here's all the dogs that have been coming. And it'll even show you icons on each video clip saying whether it detected barks, whether it detected a large or a small animal, a human. And the next version of the software coming out can even detect, and it can do friend or foe too. You can actually put in a face that's a foe or friend. It'll tell you in the clip if it detected friendly faces or bad faces. You can set up lines. It's got a radar. The camera literally has a radar, not motion based, a radar, where you can say if somebody crosses a line on your property within this radar line that you draw across your property, it will then log them as somebody who crossed the line. So then you'll get a notification that says a person came across your line, and it'll tell you whether they're unknown, friend, or foe by looking at their face. I was like, dude, this shit is crazy, man. It's all like real time. So, by the way,
Pahar tipped $4.
Oh, thank you, man.
Hey,
It's a crazy topic. Google to self-ban and be banned from re-entering the browser market.
It's reading the text-to-speech.
Recommends U.S. Department of Justice.
Okay, so here, let's go. I want to go through these in order just so I don't miss anybody. The car wash. Hey, car wash. How's it going? By the way, car wash has been killing it.
Oh,
brother.
yeah, man. Good,
Dude, he's been messaging me a bunch. We were over on the Twitch stream a couple days ago, had like a really good conversation. It was last week here on Tech Talk. We had a really good conversation that I won't go into too much detail because it was a little bit political, but it was an amazing outcome. It was one of the few conversations I've had that actually was really super productive, had an amazing outcome on both sides. I was like, dude's cool. I really like this guy. He is. I'm so glad that we helped him out with his channel. He's super gracious. He's been killing it with the content lately. He took all of our advice and he's putting all of our advice to work, and he's been getting a shitload more views also. So like everything we told him to do has been just killing it for him. So I really feel good that we were able to help him out. So, and now he's like supporter for life, man. He hasn't missed a stream since, man. He's always here.
Nice.
Let's see here, but we do appreciate your support, man. Seriously, and we're glad that your channel's killing it. By the way, if you guys literally on YouTube, his name is his channel, the Car Wash Channel of Northern PA and Ohio. If you want to learn about car washes and you want to have like some car wash ASMR driving through car washes, that's your dude. That dude drives around to all the different car washes and drives through and like records the experience and narrates it. It's really, really cool. It's a neat idea that I haven't seen anybody else really doing. Just a thought. Thank you, the $5 super chat. He said, "What up, Jerry? How are you? This coding boot camp I'm getting more and more excited about. I may ask you to tutor me, and I'll pay you, obviously. I'm in no position to tutor anybody, but I am absolutely flattered that you'd think I am. But I may get there one day.
Crap,
Oh.
I am late.
Hey, Blue Varo, thank you for the $10, dude.
Can you start from the beginning? on the floor laughing.
So Blue Varro asked if we'd start over from the beginning because he was late because he had to load his pallets.
Nah, nothing. It's all just been the regular stuff.
Yeah,
Nothing,
same old shit, different second. You'll catch up. It'll be fine. Let's see here. Oh, the coding boot camp thing. So last week when you weren't here, Just the Thought was asking if he should invest in a boot camp that was like, I think, what did you say, $4,000? I think it was $4,000. It was pretty expensive. Like it was up there. Maybe it was $1,400. I can't remember. It was either $1,400 or $4,000. And I was like, coding boot camp. I don't know. That kind of seems like a waste when you just go online and learn from all these different things. But then he said that it was actually an accredited boot camp from an actual university. So it's not like side action. It's like, but it's like the course to learn the same thing at the same college was like $17,000.
Sometimes, I mean, for me, sometimes it's worth having a structure.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree.
Like you could totally learn probably all the exact same shit by poking around enough on YouTube.
Totally.
But sometimes you need like the accountability and the structure of a like a course. Like, okay, we're gonna start here, and it's due dates and it's reviews and all that stuff. It's like sometimes it's hard to hold yourself accountable to going through. Like, I could scrub through all of the Brackeys videos and stuff and learn Unity and if I wanted to, but like it's hard to sometimes for people to do that on their own. And so having the accountability, you've invested money and effort into it, it's going to help to keep you
that's a good point. That's a good point. When you invest money into something, you inherently give it more value. Yeah. Like when you get something for free, you may love it and it's awesome that you got it for free, but it's weird. You'll notice a trend throughout your life that when you pay for something, you tend to place a higher value on it. If somebody just gives you a car, like your first car, like my friend, he got his first car and it's like, he didn't really care if it got like scratched or banged or whatever, but when he bought his new car, like with his own money, it's like he got a scratch on it. He like cried, like literally, because it's like he washed the car every day. But when the car was given to him, he's like, whatever, secondhand, like it doesn't really matter. So yeah, buying something can definitely get you in a mental state of paying more attention and wanting to succeed because you feel like you're wasting money if you don't. Whereas if you're just researching online, you don't have that same penalty, right? But I will say that because it's an accredited school doing the course, and he did say you get a certification at the end. Like they do actually give you a certification at the end of the class. So it's it's not like you're just doing a boot camp. You walk away and you got some knowledge. It's like at least you have a certification that you can now put on your resume. This says that I am capable of doing these things. Like I've demonstrated to a school through an accredited program that I know how to do these things. And that's actually really interesting to prospective hires because when they're going through the stack of people to interview, obviously the people that have the most accolades are going to go up to the top and then the other people are going to go to the bottom. And depending on how many jobs are available, being at that top is really advantageous. So I think it's a good move. Oh, thank you for linking the microphone to Josh. People ask about the mic all the time and I always forget the name. It's the Ethos, right?
Yeah. The Earthworks Audio Ethos.
Yeah, I always remember the Earthworks, but I don't remember the Ethos part. It's like
I do that too. I go Earthworks mics. Oh yeah,
this mic is beautiful. Look at this. I'm gonna take it off.
Dude, and it's heavy. It's heavy. Like I picked up the back end of this thing is like
dude,
it's like milled steel. It's hefty.
There's no plastic on it. No plastic. The whole, even the back. It's all cut from like stainless steel or something. It's heavy.
It's super nice. And honestly, overkill. Oh, weird. I'm touching shit and it's freaking out. I gotta put this back on.
Yeah, put the sock back on. It's super sensitive without it. Like you take it off, you get a lot of pop. It's like pop.
Probably the most overkill thing I have on my desk.
By far.
Because I was rocking, Jerry had given me this AT2050. Oh, I thought it was mine still wigging out for a second.
I'm being inappropriate. I'm like,
Jerry gave me this AT2050 and that's plenty good. And honestly, I've heard, look, if you put the effort into it, you can make a Blue Yeti sound incredible. Like it really, a lot of it does come down to getting your EQ.
How much do you want to mess around with the EQ, right?
The EQ, the compression, the all those settings that come along with your whatever, your stream software or whatever. Even me, like I could do a little better. I listen back to some of my stuff. I'm like, oh man, I just don't know enough to really bother. I've followed some advice from some people and I have my GoXLR thing set up kind of on that. And I try not to touch it. And I'm sure I could do better. There's a lot of reverb and stuff off my walls and things that I notice.
I will say that this thing's really good at off-axis rejection.
Really? Oh, yeah.
Because in my room, it's like I do have a noise treatment up here on my ceiling, but I also have 3 massive screens that are reflective, a huge 10-foot wide desk that's reflective.
And you can probably barely even hear me.
Barely.
Actually, yeah, it's barely. It's not. It's
It's like the pickup pattern.
It's barely defeating my noise gate, and I got to turn it around. Yeah,
and you had a compressor too, bringing it up. I could tell because you were super quiet, and I could hear the room noise come way up. So it's like check.
Yeah, I mean, look, even you run an entire channel and podcast with AT2020s if you want to spend that money, but you really don't need to. Man, we've come because streaming has become such a big thing nowadays. There are so many great products out there to solve. The entry level stuff is really, really good. You don't need to spend however much, whatever a fucking Camlink 4K costs, $80, $120. I don't fucking know. You can, my streams in the garage when I'm building PCs, the camera, I have like a $25 Camlink clone and it works just as good.
Yeah.
There's no reason to spend that big of money on. Now there are some places where you don't want to cut corners, but I would say audio is more important than video. That goes for just about any, whether you're doing pre-recorded content or live streaming, your audio is more important than the video.
I agree.
At least the camera video.
You want
video
your game
pulls you in.
And stuff. Video pulls you in, audio keeps you.
Oh man, for sure. But otherwise, dude, most of it is coming down to the EQ and the software setup of the mic.
You know what is cool about this though? So I have all 3. I had the AT2020, right? The one that I gave you, the 2050. I had a Rode SM7B, which is like the gold standard mic of all streamers for years, right?
SM7B or whatever.
Yeah, right? The one that you see everybody using, even I think even Howard Stern and shit uses it. Everybody uses it. It's
it was a radio mic. It was,
it's a broadcast mic. But here's the thing I can tell you about the Earthworks mic, where it actually is worth the money, is this thing gives you a perfectly flat sound. So if you're doing music, if you're doing acoustic guitar or something like that. Think of this like a studio monitor. It reproduces your voice and the audio perfectly and flat throughout the spectrum, whereas the SM7B colors it really, there's a lot of bass.
Yeah.
The SM7, but people like that. People like a lot of bass and voice when they're listening to podcasts. So the SM7B, usually you have to pull it back with an EQ. So this thing is just super light. So if you want a perfectly neutral starting point where you have the maximum EQ in the top end and the bottom end, then this is worth it if you want but it is diminishing returns. You're going to, it's not going to be double the money, double the performance. It's going to be double the money, get another 5%, then another 2%, then maybe another 1%.
I think a really good example, go watch Pirate Software. Go watch any of his VODs or streams. He uses, it looks like he's using a Blue Yeti. And dude, his voice is, it's partly his voice, but the audio capture is set up perfectly. It's so crisp and smooth and buttery. He has a good voice, but it's obviously being captured very professionally, and it's delicious. He has such good, and other people too have, like I said, they use these Blue Yetis. And it's on the software side that they're cleaning it up, they're cleaning the audio, they're adjusting it, and it's tip top. If you put more effort into that side of things, you can use those cheeseball fucking $20 Temu lavalier mics, and it's going to sound good.
Here's one thing I will disagree with though on the sounding good is dependent on your environment. If you have a quiet environment without any echoes off the walls, if you have a naturally quiet environment, like you're outside and you got a lot of sound absorption, right? And you have no background noise, then you can get away with a shitty mic. You really can. Where this thing super shines is how near field it is. In my, you don't hear all the shit. I have fans going in my room, shit blowing, electronics and everything like that. Whereas the SM7B picked it all up. My AT2020 and 2050 picked it all up. Now I could use filters. I could use digital filters to pull it out, but it also took fidelity out of my voice.
Yeah, that gets weird.
Yeah, and if you added a compressor, it brought all that noise level with it, right? So your voice would come up, but then so would everything else in the room. Since this is so near field, it's when you back away from it, you fall off really quick. Really quick, even when you're right in front of it, right? It's pointed right at me like a shotgun mic, right? It's when you're up on it, it's you get this really tight pattern where it's once you go beyond this field, once you get back, it's now you're hearing me loud because of compression. So actually check this out. If you want the real effect, let me do this. Let me go into properties. I'm going to disable my digital compressor that I have on right now that you guys can hear. So I have an upward compressor. That means that it just compresses me up. So I'm going to disable it right now. Okay, so this is me uncompressed. Now watch. I'm going to say, hello.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to turn on the fan back here. So that's a box fan blowing directly at me and directly at the microphone. I don't know if you guys can see it.
Except Nvidia Broadcast is completely deleting it.
No Nvidia Broadcast.
Oh, I can't hear it at all.
I have no Nvidia Broadcast. Oh, are you running it on your side?
No, I don't think so.
I'm not using Nvidia Broadcast.
Let me see.
Not
on the. No, I monitor just direct. Well, your mic's not picking it up.
Listen, you will hear it carefully. Here, watch if I'm quiet because it'll be negative 55 dB. Listen. Can you hear it at all?
Maybe it's hard to tell if it's the fan or just like the negative noise. You know what I mean? Like the line noise.
Yeah, my other microphone picked up that fan like crazy, bro. Now let me turn the upward compressor on. That's going to also bring up the noise floor.
Yeah.
It's still the same.
Yeah.
So now it's bringing up my voice, but it's not bringing up that behind me because it's not picking it up enough. Because remember, audio, when audio redoubles like decibels or whatever, it's not like it's logarithmic, right? It's not. Right. So as long as the sound floor is really, really low and my voice is dominant, my voice will get doubled really easily. But then if that gets doubled, you hardly hear it. So yeah, right now I'm not using anything special. Now if I want, I can enable noise suppression. Like this is what it would sound like with NVIDIA noise removal. So if I click NVIDIA noise removal and turn it on, okay, now I have NVIDIA noise removal.
Oh, interesting. Just barely. There was like a slight like. There's a reduction in something. There's like an edge that went away.
Oh, like right now when I'm talking?
Well, as soon as you turned it on, I could. There was something dropped. Like there was something to the audio like went. Boop. I could feel it.
Is it still doing it, or was it when I had the noise suppression on?
I think it was just whenever you flipped the switch.
Let me do it again. Here. Okay, so now this is noise suppression turned on. Okay, does it still do the thing where it drops out?
No. It didn't go like silent or anything, but I could tell that while you were talking, something in the audio like went down. Something disappeared from the audio.
I want to see how good NVIDIA noise removal is. I'm going to turn this up. Here, okay, I put it at 100%. I want to see if you can hear my clap.
Yes.
You can hear my clap?
I did, yeah.
Oh, guys on the stream, can you hear my clap? Because I keep forgetting you're getting my audio without the filter. Oh, yeah. You're hearing me unfiltered through that. Never mind. So
right. I hear the straight desktop audio, I think. Right? Yeah.
So does it sound like some fidelity has been lost in my voice chat? Like that's the one thing I don't like about NVIDIA noise removals is the older versions. Maybe they fixed it, but the older versions did take some fidelity out of your voice. I don't know if they do, but right now I have it at 100%. So if I do this, it's not even moving the bar in OBS. You can hear it, but or if I go. Oh, that's still in the vocal range. I need something that's not in the vocal range. Like, here, we'll use Buddha here. We'll be like, you could actually see it learning it and training it out. Like you could hear it at first, and then it was like the next time it went down, it like picks up on the pattern and trains it out because it's all like AI based.
Yeah. So
now I'm going to disable noise removal because I quite frankly don't really like it. So let me put it back on. They added a new noise removal called Speaks. SPEEX, low CPU usage, low quality. I've never seen that. I'll have to play with that sometime. Okay, so right now, this is back to normal. This is just me with an upward compressor. So all it's doing is now if I back away, is it's using a compressor to lift my voice, but my voice loses all of its fidelity because the microphone's really picking up very little for the compressor to work with. So here's the thing. Getting back to microphones, if you are in a noisy environment, spend a lot on a microphone. Or I shouldn't say spend a lot, but get a microphone that is known to compete at the higher end, right?
Yeah.
Get something that has a very short pickup pattern so it's close to your mouth, so that it rejects off-axis noise. A lot of microphones have multiple pickup patterns. Like yours, the AT2050 has a switch on it where you can do you can do pickup front and back, you can do pickup up here. Yeah, you can do all kinds of long pattern, short pattern.
The Blue Yeti,
yeah. Or if you want to build your own cheap SM7B, there's so many great videos now. People will be like, Barnacules, it's not the same. 99.9%, unless you have the most discerning ear on the planet, if you go buy the cheap little $100 Rode guitar mic, rip the sensor out of it, put it in a 3D printed body, stick one resistor on it and plug it into an XLR thing, and it's basically a Rode SM7B for like a quarter of the price. So it's the same. It's the same. They took apart an SM7B. It's literally the exact same cardioid. So there's no difference. So people are like, it's not the same. Yeah, sure, it's not the same body. You don't have the metal body or the fancy mounts and stuff, but it doesn't really matter. It really doesn't matter. Like if you hear them side by side and all the videos that people make of them, they sound absolutely identical. Like it's way too close to call. So don't go buy a Rode SM7B unless, if you got the money and you want the look and it's like, you want your studio to look super professional. Sure, why not, right? Same thing, Earthworks Audio. If you're running a studio and you have an environment that's challenging, this you can have 5 people sitting right next to each other all talking in these microphones, and you're not going to have a bunch of crosstalk and echoing. So, which is beautiful, right? If you tried to do that same thing with like an AT2020, good luck. The AT2020 picks up, halfway across the room. So everybody's going to be picking up on everybody's mics, and it's going to be a nightmare to do levels. So it just depends. So if you're all by yourself and you're in a noise control room, then you can get away with spending less money. But if you're in a loud environment with multiple people, then it can be worth spending the money. It genuinely can. Let's see. Going up here, what was the next thing? Pele. What is up, my man? Thank you for the $18. Oh, that must have been the
That's
200
right.
sexes, right?
It was, yeah.
Thank you for the $18.43. Pele he said, hello, my favorites. What do you do to relax? I mean, masturbate. What do you do?
I don't know, man.
I don't know. Do drugs, masturbate?
I don't know.
Whatever.
I'd try and dissociate.
Dissociate?
Yeah, I just
drugs.
I mean, sometimes.
Hey, that's what it takes, man. That's what it takes.
I think. I'm being a little facetious, but like, I don't even know.
The truth is, I don't.
So much relaxing.
Yeah.
It's more just ignoring the shit that is stressful.
Yeah.
I don't.
Would I be
there
right?
There are brief moments where I genuinely feel like at peace and relaxed.
Let me ask you
it's
something.
Moments, like 5-10 seconds here and there, and then it's like, fuck.
For me, I find this relaxing. Like getting on stream with you every week and having just not being by myself interacting with chat, actually being able to sit here with my buddy every week and just talk shit and have people sit around and throw money at us like a bunch of dirty strippers.
Yeah.
This is my relaxing time.
Actually, yeah, to be honest, there's usually on Tuesdays I play some games with some buddies.
That's also relaxing, right?
From eight or so. And I don't know. It's
some people might find this stressful. I don't, because you know what this is? This is a distraction, and I have ADHD and pain. So when I'm talking to Aux and I'm talking to you guys, my brain isn't focused on my pain. When I'm laid up in bed and I can't move, or I'm hobbling between locations, all I can think about is how bad it hurts, right? And I'm like, oh, am I close enough to take my next med dose because this hurts so bad? But then when I'm on here and I'm talking to Aux and everything, it's like the pain is still there, but I'm not focused on it, right? It's like I have this noise confusing my brain away from it.
Yeah.
And because I'm focused on him and I'm focused on chat, I'm not thinking about, being broke, what I'm going to lose, taking care of my family, like all that shit, even though that's technically what I'm doing right now is achieving those goals, right? By like trying to do my job. I don't see this as a job. I see this as like an escape where I do get to relax. I'm in a room that I like to be in with people that I like to be with, talking about things I want to talk about. Yep. And to me, that's really relaxing. Whereas somebody else might find it stressful. Like if you're not used to public speaking or something like that, you might be like, oh shit, this is super stressful. Like what if you're quiet, or what if it gets weird or awkward? And it's like, nah, this is easy for me. I love this.
Any of this, honestly. And I have to admit, man, I want to say, fuck, probably most of this year, but especially recently, it's been a battle of not falling into a lot of despair and like negative self-talk, a lot of like I'm sure some of you guys have crossed over with my driving streams. I'm sure some of you nerds here are part of that crew too.
I'm sad to say I haven't watched them. I need to watch them.
I haven't done it in months, man. And it's a lot like this. It's just stream of consciousness shit. I never really have like a point or anything. I just
will you give me a heads up? Like will you ping me next time you do one? Because if I'm awake, I'll totally pop it on.
And every time, or a lot of the time, I'll get on and like I'll have such a good time, and I feel really good about it. And like I'm like, man, I don't even fucking put it on Twitter or nothing. I'll just go live. And it's like usually around 8:00 on Tuesdays or Wednesdays when I drive into work. And man, I feel really good. I feel so good about it. But then like beforehand and even a little bit after, I'm like, Dude, there's a lot going on, and like I don't know what to do about it. I don't know how. I'm trying to do things just one day at a time, and I'm trying to just make it through. And I'm like, man, I don't know that because part of it is putting on a face. Like we all wear costumes, we all wear masks and stuff. Like
even unconsciously, you do it. Everybody does it. Like if you're in an environment, you put on a face, right?
Everybody, and I don't like a lot of this has come up in times where it's you're being fake, right?
Yep.
Like you're being fake. I'm like, no, it's just different facets of a personality. I'm not any more or less me. It's just different parts of me that I show to different people. I'm not the same person. Like anybody who's worked retail knows you put your retail voice on, you put your retail face on. Like that's not who you are among your friends or family and stuff. Like it's not fake. It's just it's armor. It's a costume that you have to wear to fulfill a function in society and stuff, whether it's a work or family or friends or live streaming or whatever. Like you think Jay from Jay's 2 Cents is the same kind of guy in his videos that he is when he's at fucking Disneyland with his family? No, he's not completely different, but is a different aspect of who he is.
Bad example.
Well, and okay, but still.
No. It is true. It is true to a certain extent.
We all there's like I don't know, it's described to the Japanese. It's like you have 3 masks you wear. You got the one that you show to the public. You got the one that you show to your family and friends. And then you got the one that's deep down that you only ever see like in the mirror, you know?
Yep.
Or like there's that bit from Firefly where it's like you can spend your whole life breaking bread with somebody, but then hold him over a volcano and you'll really know who he is. That kind of shit.
Dude, I love Firefly. Firefly's got some bangers in it, man.
Because that's true. We all have different facets. Nobody's one dimensional. Nobody's 2-3 dimensional. You are a different person. Look at some people, comments on the internet versus comments you have with your friends and family. Like it's different, and that's okay. So, but man, sometimes I think to myself, I'm like, I don't got it in me, and it's been that way for a little while.
I do that a lot. Self-doubt.
I don't know that I can be who my audience wants me to be, or or who I think I should be for my audience is a better way of putting it. Because I don't get any pressure from these nerds. 15, 20 people show up every single time. I don't ever announce it, and it'll be 10 to 20 people sometimes show up. And that's so cool. You guys are so awesome, and I love that. I love my awesome nerds. Those
are the people that latch on for your personality, not for what you're talking about.
Right?
They just enjoy your personality as a person and just want to be around that you can give a shit what you're talking about.
And that's what makes me feel so good is because it's just stream of consciousness stuff. They'll get me ranting about things, or I don't even know what we're talking about. And somebody will say something in chat and we'll just have a conversation. And it's 100% because of who I am, not what I'm talking about. And it does make me feel really good. Having ADHD doesn't help. Yeah, absolutely. We always put on that smile forever. Yeah. And man, so
ADHD can be a superpower, but it has to be under the very specific conditions.
Outside
of those conditions, it quickly becomes a hindrance. But as long as you can get into those conditions, you're gold. Like for instance, my ADHD was a superpower when I was programmer at Microsoft. If you locked me in my room, I'd hold my piss for like hours. I would only go out to get a cup of coffee and go right back to my room and close the door. As long as you kept outside distractions away, my ADHD made me insanely productive. It's weird. But the second that any kind of distraction comes into play, then that superpower flips over. And that's why I ended up getting on Adderall eventually. For the longest time, I was able to use my superpower without any kind of help. And then I had a son who was a very high risk pregnancy that we were stuck in the hospital for months, and it was touch and go, and he died twice and had to be resuscitated. And every day it was like, is he going to live or is he going to die? And it was too stressful. I couldn't focus on that and my work. My ADHD roommate, I couldn't focus on either. It basically left me in this like limbo of panic. And so I couldn't focus on the things that I need to focus on when I need to be focusing on them. Right. And I had a really good manager too that could manage my ADHD. Like he knew where my limits were and how to use it properly. So he wielded that shit like a knife. But if you put me under management of somebody that saw it as a weakness and didn't know how to use it, good luck. It's like herding cats, right? So I don't consider ADHD a weakness if it's used properly. But I have the same problem as you, Ox. Like I doubt myself all the time. And I used to never doubt myself. I used to be on the ragged edge of arrogance when I worked at Microsoft, because in order to be a competitive software developer, if you had any self-doubt, the other developers would just prey on that shit like it was blood in the water. So you learned really, really quickly. It's like, just be confident in what you're doing. And if it doesn't work out the way that it's supposed to, then rework it in another direction until it does. The end goal is make it work. Like, don't take no for an answer. In the end, it has to work. And if something happens to the point where you try everything and it doesn't work in the end, then the success is you learn something new, right? You always took success from everything that you did because failure was like one of those things that was like a scary word when we worked in an environment like that with a bunch of other developers in a stack ranked environment. However, I think I think nowadays, like as I get older, like becoming medicated was one of the best decisions I ever made, because with all the distractions, it was impossible for me to function on the same level that I did before, when I could just clearly focus on one thing without having anything else even remotely in my subconscious. I could just devote my entire being to one simple thing. And
what I've found is like it helped focus the beam, right, of like attention. But I still have troubles aiming. Like, it's still difficult for me to decide what to do, what to work on, because everything feels equally important or not really.
That's where a good manager comes in, because then you let your manager point the gun.
Yeah, man, I got to tell you, I feel as I'm getting older, I feel like I'm slipping more into nihilism, which I hesitate to use the word dangerous, because it's not like I'm going to kill myself or just stop caring about everything and not do, and just like slip into like being a bum and not doing anything. But I do catch myself often enough thinking like, what's the point? What am I doing?
Are you sure you don't have OCD? Are you sure you don't have OCD? Because OCD is a common component with ADHD.
I don't think so.
And OCD makes it. Do you find it hard to do one task unless you complete another task first, even though those tasks don't have any specific order they have to be done in?
Not necessarily.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
No.
That's why they don't diagnose me OCD. Yeah. It's like 5 unrelated things that I can't do B until A is done, and I can't do D until C is done. And there's no rhyme or reason. I just have to do it. It's very
frustrating to if I am doing a task and then there's something like, I don't know, I'm going to do, as an example, I'm going to do laundry, and there's shit in the dryer and in the wash machine, and I'm trying to put a load in. That's annoying. Or like if I'm gathering up like the kitchen towels and shit, and I notice that the dishwasher or the sink's got a bunch of dirty shit and the dishwasher's empty, I catch myself. I want to load the dishwasher, right? I want to load the dishwasher because shit that needs to be done. But wait, no, I'm already in the middle of a task. I can't.
Optimistic nihilism.
Honestly, man, that's a good one. I have it on a t-shirt. That's a good t-shirt. I kind of feel that way. I feel that's kind of where I'm at.
You need that shirt.
I'm still generally a very positive person. I think things tend to work out. I'm very lucky.
I used to be a positive person.
I'm very lucky. Things tend to work out for me. I have years and years where shit could have gone really bad, and like I could have been homeless, or I could have been way behind on my rent, or like all kinds of situations that could have gone really bad, and they all always turned out fine. And I hold on to that a lot because things just tend to work out. But man, I don't know. I'm trying not to give into despair and or nihilism too much, because like I don't want to be a hermit. I don't want to just turn my back on life in a way. Man, this turned into a weird fucking tech talk.
No, this is real, dude. This is real.
It is.
There's so many people in chat right now that can identify with you, right? I guarantee I'm one of them.
And like, it's not, honestly, like you could say, oh, it's the politics, or it's like the economy, or this and that. And it's not. Those are parts. But honestly, that's like to me that's little shit. That's little stuff. I mean, my life hasn't really changed much, no matter what has gone on. What do you do to relax or have fun when you have time? Play video games, listen to audiobooks, or just space out and dissociate. I've mentioned that in the chat.
Yeah. Play Gran Turismo 7, masturbate, and
like I was saying,
that's it.
It's not really relaxing, though. It's not. It's more just not looking at it.
You're actually, you're right.
It isn't. It's a distraction, but I don't come away from it at all refreshed.
You know what true relaxation is? True relaxation is like, if I'm being honest with myself, getting in the hot tub by myself, floating, putting on some music on just to distract my brain. Because if it's quiet, my brain just runs amok.
Yeah.
So put on something that forces me to focus on it, like just lightly, like music. You know, doesn't have to have lyrics, just sound. You know, pleasant sounds. Lay back and just float. I think that's the only time that I'm ever truly like relaxing and at peace. But the problem is I can only do that for a maximum of 45 minutes before my skin starts falling off the bones. so it's like I can't do it all day. I wish I had a float tank. If I had a float tank, it'd solve like all my life's problems.
I wish there's
no, Adam, don't buy me a float tank. It's sad that I have to say shit like that, but Adam, no. You got to be careful what you say around Adam. Shit'll just start showing up at your house like the $40,000 pod with like a filtration system that he personally researched or built. And I'll be like, God damn it.
I wish I knew how I could relax more, or I wish I knew like what I could do to not feel tired, to not feel bummed, to like, I'm like, cause like, so just in broad strokes here, I've missed a few of the tech talks because my mom is not doing very well healthily, right, in her health. I don't want to get too much into that. I didn't feel like I had the right to say anything publicly, so I did. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But so that's why I've missed a few of the recent tech talks. My mom's not doing very well. I don't want to get too much into that. I'm not looking for sympathy and stuff. That's part of why these things are coming up. But only just recently, right? This has been most of this year. I've been, and I don't know if this is like midlife crisis stuff. I'm 38. I turned 38 this year.
Dude, I'm 45 and I feel like I've been hitting it for the last year or two, like coming into it hard.
I feel not directionless, but I feel like without purpose. I keep asking myself, what's the point? What's the point? Yeah. What am I doing? Why am I doing any of this?
Like, I doubt myself so much. I used to be like I could do anything, and now I'm like, I'm afraid to do it, try anything, because I'm like, will my health allow me to even get there? Like, I get so mad. I'll get up and do something that's so simple. Like yesterday, putting up a camera. I tried to put up a camera. I went up 2 rungs on a ladder. I'm not allowed to be on a ladder, but my wife was even scared of what's going on right now, so she agreed. I could get up there to put the camera up. I couldn't even do it. I couldn't even mount a camera because I could only stand on the ladder on the second run because my back was so bad it was giving out and I was risking falling again. So I could only stay up there for about 30 seconds at a go, and it wasn't enough time to actually like get the screw fully in. So I had to step down, and my neighbor Chris thankfully came over and like got up on the ladder and helped. And I was like, if I didn't have these people, and my neighbor across the street also came over and helped early before anybody else came over to help me because they could see I was struggling so bad. And it's like, this is stuff that it's like no brainer that I used to be able to just do. Like, you didn't give it any thought. It was just an automatic thing, right? The thought went into coming up with the things you're going to install, not the install. The install was the easy part. Now I'm to the point where it's like when I try to do this stuff in my head, I'm like, oh, this should be easy. Then I go do it, and it's like climbing a mountain. And then once I do that, I never want to do it again. Because I'm like, because it now my memory of me being able to do that like really easily now is replaced with a memory of me struggling. And now I never have that confident memory of when I used to be able to just do this shit really easy. It's like snowboarding. If I tried to go snowboarding right now, it would destroy my entire lifetime of memories of snowboarding. I wouldn't even be able to get up on the snowboard and go down the bunny slope. My back is so bad right now. I'll never snowboard again in my entire life unless they can do something about my SI joints and my bone spurs on my spine, which they can't right now.
I do inner tubing. Oh,
I can do inner tube. Yeah, I can do inner tube.
Tubing is so much fun. I'll do the Snoqualmie and do the tubing like all fucking day.
The only problem with the tubing though that I have to be careful with is the bouncing, the up and down.
Oh, sure.
Because my bone spurs are sitting right on my sciatic nerve, so any jarring, falling, even just like falling on the bed too hard, will shock that nerve and it'll start swelling up really, really bad, and then I lock up, and then I'm stuck. And that's happened. That's why I don't. People are like, "Why don't you go walk around your block?" I used to love walking around the block.
It's hard.
Now I'm afraid to even go to the mailbox because I got stuck twice over a cul-de-sac. I went over to the next cul-de-sac and I was walking, and then my legs started going numb and giving out, and then I went down to my knee, and then I tried to pull myself along, and I'm like, then I went down on my ass and then on my hip, and then I just had to lay on the sidewalk, and people were driving by and like stopping, rolling down the window. Hey, are you okay, bud? Do you need me to call for help? No, I'm good. I just need to rest for a little while. I'll be okay. And it was the most embarrassing thing ever. And it took me like an hour doing just a little stint at a time, drag my ass back to my house like 300 feet away. And it was the most humiliating thing ever. And it's like, I was fine. It wasn't a lack of muscle. It wasn't a lack of energy. I wasn't tired. I wasn't worn. I wasn't even breathing heavy. It's just the nerve got pinched and I lost control of my leg. And I'm like, shit, that's why I don't go to like conventions and stuff anymore. Because I'm like, could you imagine that happening in the middle of like CES? Oh, like, man. All the hustle and bustle, and you just collapse in the crowd and you can't move. Yeah. And then the EMT's got to come over and drag your 400-pound ass out of the crowd like that. No, that's not going to be fun. No. So that's what and so that's why I don't want to do those things, because I'm like, I want to try, because in my head my brain says, well, last time I did it I could do it. So I can do it again, but then I'm like, dude, if I do it and everything goes the worst it possibly can, now all my good memories, my confident memories are now replaced with doom and gloom.
Right.
But it's defeating, right? It's super defeating.
It is. I sold a couple computers a couple weeks back, man, made like $2,000. I felt really good about that. And like that high isn't there anymore. And I mean, a little bit. Like I said, I'm trying really hard not to sink into like. I don't want to say despair because it's not. I don't think that's the right. That doesn't feel like the right word. But that's the best I've got at the moment. It's like either despair or nihilism because like I don't want to. I don't want to just like go through the motions. You know, I want to care. I want to like. I want to have that passion and purpose and drive and I know it's so weird, the nostalgia of this, but I keep harping on it and coming back to it. But like, I miss live streaming those builds, dude. That was like the best time I've ever had. And I miss that so much.
People loved it so much too, dude. Like it was the most requested thing I ever got was, hey, when is Aux going to be streaming? On my channel, they would ask. On my channel, they would ask, hey, why aren't they streaming anymore? Do you know when he's going to be doing that again?
It comes up at work every once in a while. And I've let that go. Like that's never going to be at work anymore. Like the way that production flows now, the company is not that company.
Can I ask you a question? Question? So you can't do it at the company anymore. Is there any way stopping you from just bringing a bunch of that shit over here to the Nerd Cave, setting up a bunch of cameras, and just doing a tech talk where we just build a PC together?
No. Actually, it crossed my mind because you were talking about the GoPros
so much, and then you could sell the PC, like the built PC.
Yeah.
At the end, be like, anybody want to buy this? Contact him. You know.
That's part of what I'm going to be working on actually after this and tomorrow. My lady's down doing some stuff with the college or whatever. She had to go down to help the older daughter with the college stuff. And so I got to the house to myself a little bit, and I'm going to be getting rid of a bunch of shit in my garage and stuff that isn't related to what I really want to do, right? Like I want to build small form factor PCs. I want to be the best. I want to be the very best. I look at Optimum Tech. This guy, I think his name's Ali Saeed. I think is his real name, but his YouTube channel is Optimum Tech. He's I think he's Australian. Or he's in Australia. And I don't want to do exactly what he's doing. But a lot of his content is focused on small form factor PCs, and then like and the surrounding accoutrement that goes with that. Like he does mice and keyboards and stuff like that. But his main focus is small form factor PCs and things. He does really good reviews and stuff like that. He's an authority in that space. I want to be an authority in that space too, because I still think there's a missing piece where people aren't nobody's focusing on the actual process, the actual build experience. And having worked for the company that I have worked for and built a conservative number of 2,000 plus PCs of various sizes and shapes, I can tell you right now that the vast majority of the companies that design PC cases are not building in them. I can tell you that right now. There's only a handful of PC cases that I've personally worked with that have seemed to take the build experience into consideration. And so I would like to highlight that. I want to like, here's just like those videos you see of people like restoring old cars and stuff, and they go through like all of the process. Like this is how we get rid of the rust. We wrap the dashboard in this material for this reason, and this is how that works. Oh, hold on a sec. Somebody's dropped me. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no, I was just reading Histario. Thank you for the $5. We really appreciate the support, dude. He said, I'm 500 pounds. I got access to healthcare. 3 months. I'm at 458 pounds. That's rock on, dude. He said, I started doing chair exercise. I'm slowly getting control back. Small wins add up. You're absolutely right. And I've started trying to do something. It's not chair exercise because sitting upright is actually really difficult for me. I'm actually having a remarkably good day for sitting up, which is really odd because yesterday I couldn't even sit up in bed. I had to lay completely flat on my side to even be able to tolerate the pain. I was laid up all day. So I'm happy, but I also have a TENS device I can put on if it gets too bad. But I've been doing bed exercises because somebody a couple of weeks ago told me that they were doing bed exercise, and I was like, well, what is bed exercise? Like, what are you doing? He's like, you can start by just like lifting your leg and holding it like a plank and putting it down. I'm like, well, that really hurts the nerves in my hip. But he's like, well, you don't have to take all your weight. You can put a pillow under it, right? And just lift it a little bit to take the stress off the pillow. You don't have to do a lot, just something to put your muscles under tension. And I have noticed from doing that it's actually helped me a little bit with my restless leg syndrome. And it's also helped me with the numbness in my leg when I wake up in the morning, because I think by doing that, it's helping to stretch my muscles and squeeze the lactic acid out of them. So I am getting some benefit from it. But I do like the idea of no matter how crippled you are, there is some form of exercise you can do. And that's just it, is I have to do some form of exercise, because the only way that I can diet to lose weight is if I do the exercise to keep the muscle, because your body doesn't want to keep the muscle if you're not using it, right? If you're at a caloric deficit. If you're not at a caloric deficit, your body will just hang on to the muscle even if you're doing nothing with it, right? Because there's just really no reason to get rid of it. But at a caloric deficit, your muscle starts going away at an alarming rate, and it's like, I need my muscle. Like, the muscle is the thing that's actually insulating the nerve right now, and it's like, when that muscle goes away, shit gets so much more painful. So I have to make sure that I can exercise enough to keep the muscle while I'm operating at a caloric deficit to lose the weight. And that's where I've been having trouble finding the balance. I really wish that I could get that I could hire a nutritionist that's like very familiar with people that are basically bedridden, because more or less that's where I have to spend most of my time because of the pain that I'm in. And I'm to the point now where it's like no amount of drugs they can give me will keep me completely ambulatory. Like, it's like I might be able to take a whole bunch of painkillers to be operational for about 6 hours, but then it lays me up for a good 2 days to where it's like I need help to get to the bathroom. And so I have to be careful to not overdo it. But if I don't overdo it, then I don't feel like I'm getting enough exercise to have any change. So it's just this constant running in a circle. And see, here's the other thing. So Tony Rossum, this is the other thing that sucks. I can't eat lots of protein because I get kidney stones, these protein kidney stones that are caused by too much protein. So I'm not allowed to have too much protein. I have to take allopurinol for lactic acid. I can't take anti-inflammatories, so when the nerves fluff up, the only thing I can take is painkillers. I can't take anything to actually make the nerve shrink. I've got the bone spurs, and I've got the shrunken SI joints where the nerve goes through, where it's just scraping. It feels like when I walk, it feels like a rope going through a hole that's too small for the rope, like just pulling and popping and pulling and popping. And if I stretch, it feels good when I stretch, and then as soon as I'm done stretching, within like 10, 15 minutes, the pain gets unbearable. So like I have to avoid stretching, which stretching is supposed to be like the healthiest thing you can do. So I have to be careful not to stretch, because if I stretch, it actually causes immense pain. So I tried stretching just a little bit, but now you have this weird thing where it's like, if you cross that line even a little bit, which I do, trying to find my limit, you're screwed. So it's difficult to find a routine that's repeatable. And that's why I wish I could get like somebody who's like somebody who's like familiar with my condition, who understands the nutrition around like the gout, the allopurinol problems, which the other doctor didn't have when he put me on keto, which it turns out keto is the worst diet you can be on when you have gout. Caused all the problems with my joints getting torn up by uric acid crystals. That really sucked, and I'm still paying for that today. But again, the doctors just didn't know, right? The one doctor didn't talk to the other doctor. Long story short, it fucked up every joint in my body and put me in tremendous pain. I lost 40 pounds, gained 150 back. So because it literally like laid me up in bed for like 6 months. But everybody said I looked good, so I kept going even though it hurt. And that's dumb. So learn from me. Don't just keep doing something because people say, "Oh man, you're looking good," and go, "Oh, yeah, I'm just going to fight through the pain." It's like, no, if you're in a tremendous amount of pain, you're doing something wrong. It's okay to be in discomfort for a little while when you're trying new things and getting used to it. But if the pain just keeps getting worse and worse and worse, no, stop what you're doing. You're not doing it right. And so, that was a really hard lesson learnd. But now I'm to the point where it's like I've put myself into a predicament where it's like going to be really, really difficult for me to lose the weight while keeping the muscle with the allopurinol in my medication for the gout. And all the medications that I take are linked to weight gain, right? Like everything I take, buprenorphine, weight gain. The muscle relaxer I take, weight gain. The blood pressure medicine I take, weight gain. Luckily, I don't take any SSRIs or anything like that anymore. I've been fortunate enough not to need any of that for a good long time now. Talk therapy helped with that, but my therapist had traumatic brain injury and had to go into retirement, so I haven't talked to her in like 3 or 4 months.
Rough.
And you probably noticed over the last 4 months, I've gotten a little bit more negative, And that's because I haven't had my therapist. She was my talking partner that I'd talk through all my problems, and she would help me to compartmentalize things and deal with it, right? And but my biggest problem is my limits in medication. If I could just take a leave or even ibuprofen, it would change my life. Oh, go ahead. It sucks so bad that I can't take those medications because I used to be able to. This is the weird thing about allergies. They just creep up on your ass. I took ibuprofen for my all the way like teenage years into my 20s, and then one day I go take aspirin out of the cabinet at my out of the medicine cabinet at work when I was working at Microsoft, and I go into full anaphylaxis and need to be driven to the emergency room. And I'm like, what? They're like, what'd you take? I took this aspirin out of the cabinet. They thought that it might have been contaminated with something because I told them I wasn't allergic to aspirin. I just took aspirin not a month before that. Same aspirin, same medical cabinet, right? So we thought it was tainted medicine. Nope. Had another run-in with aspirin, not even a month later, boom, back in the emergency room. Then I took ibuprofen, back in the emergency room. Then I took a leave, back in the emergency room. We're like, why do I keep getting allergic to all these medications that I've taken? They're in my medicine cabinet. These are medicines I own. And they're like, you have a rare allergy where you are not allergic to the individual drugs. You're allergic to non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, like the class of the drug, how it works on your body. That is what you're allergic to. So I'm like, shit. Retro Alchemy said, which is a shame because keto is relatively easy. Oh, keto was such an easy diet. Keto was like if keto had worked, I don't recommend anybody stay on keto for more than a year. Like even professionals will tell you not to. It's like good for getting the weight off in the beginning, but then transition to something that's healthier. But keto is an easy diet to follow because you can literally eat shit like peanut butter and whipped cream, and you don't have to operate in small portions or anything like that. Like keto, it's just stay away from carbs. You know, that's the gist of it. Stay away from carbs. And you magically, it doesn't matter how much you eat. And then the thing is, you naturally want to eat less because your body has a hard time processing the proteins and the carbs down. And then once you go into ketosis, your appetite just dies. So you basically eat very little. Like you don't really have any cravings or anything like you do when you have blood sugar carb crash and stuff like that. So yeah, no, keto was a really easy diet to follow to lose weight. Like if you're compatible with keto, you can lose. I lost 46 pounds in 3 months. Doing keto, and my wife did keto with me, and she lost a bunch of weight too. But nice. I do have to say, my wife, she was pre-diabetic. The doctor put her on a diet, and she took it very seriously because she's like, I'm not dealing with the beaties, right? So she took this diet very seriously, and they told her to go on a full vegan diet. She strictly did vegan for 4 months, and now she's in her 5th month, and she's lost 56 pounds.
Fuck yeah.
I just, oh my God, I look at her, I'm like, damn, honey, holy shit. I hate vegan. Like 99% of the vegan food she eats, I can't stand it. But she loves it. She's grown to love it. She didn't like it at first, but she's grown to love it. Cool. And I'm like, but I'd be lying if I said I'm not like curious now where I'm like, hey, maybe I'll just, choke it down.
There's a lot of really good, like alternative meats and stuff that are fucking fantastic, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, the chicken nuggets.
It's a little pricey.
It is.
Those are top. Yeah. Those are top, dude. Those are so good. By Corn, I think it is with the Q.
Yep.
Fucking dude. If you didn't say, oh, these are fucking vegan chicken nuggets, they taste like just regular any ass fucking chicken nuggets.
So funny story. So good. Ms. Barnacules tricks me all the time by putting vegan meats and shit into my meals.
Yeah, dude.
And half the time I notice, half the time I don't. She's awesome. She had some vegan steak that I guess is like made from like portobello mushroom or something like that.
Yeah.
She snuck that into a breakfast burrito. I could not tell.
Dude, so good.
I don't like that by itself. I don't really like it. It's not very tasty by itself, but mixed in with the other stuff, I didn't notice. But
I've thrown in chorizo, the Beyond. I think it was Beyond.
Oh, Field Roast. I love chorizo. I'll have to try that.
Field Roast brand chorizo in with the scrambled eggs and taters and veggies and shit. Dude, It's amazing. It fucking tastes so good. And I think that's a tempeh, which I think is a soy thing. So good. So fucking it's awesome. It's so good, man.
Yeah, the weird thing too is like she's not eating small portions. She just changed to vegan. That's it.
Yeah.
She still eats at the same frequency I do. She still goes and makes like, these big vegan salads and stuff like that. And it's like, and so it's a huge quantity of food, but she just loses weight. It's like, for some reason, vegan seems to be really, really compatible with her. The chicken nuggets are baller. Like vegan chicken nuggets, holy crap.
Yes.
These ones she gets from like Trader Joe's, I can't tell the difference. Like literally she puts them in the air fryer. I feel like I'm eating a freaking McDonald's chicken nugget. It's wild. And I'm really sensitive to like the vegan stuff. So the few things that she does sneak by me, It's pretty good. But every once in a while, she'll try to sneak something by me. I'll take a bite of it and be like, oh, gross. What went wrong? Okay. She's like, ah, damn it. Okay. I tried. But the, at the end of the day, having a diet and like sticking to a diet, as long as you can maintain the muscle, as long as you can exercise and you can maintain your muscle, there's a lot of diets out there that you can pick that you're going to lose a shitload of weight. Especially if you're a really big guy like me. It's like, just because my resting metabolism is like super, super slow, right? And I'm laid up most of the time. So it's like I'm probably only burning maybe 2,700 calories a day just laying down doing nothing, right? So it's like if I operate under 2,700 calories, I'm going to lose weight, period. And that's because just literally at 400 pounds, you're burning 2,700 to 3,200 calories just breathing, just stationary breathing. Because your weight works against you, like even stationary, right? It's like gravity increases the wear and tear on your muscles and your frame, even the way that you're supporting, like your unconscious flexing of your muscles. Like a lot of people don't realize you're constantly flexing a lot of muscles in your body to fight gravity, even when you're laying down. Man. It's like you notice too, if you ever get in a float tank, this is the craziest thing. If you ever try floating like in an actual float tank where they have like the really dense water with all the Epsom salt in it. And it's a lot too. It's like literally, it's like 1,200 pounds of Epsom salt and like 200 gallons of water. It's an insane amount. They put a pallet of Epsom salt in that shit. Mm-hmm. So when you lay down, the first thing you notice when you lay in a tank and you relax is that your neck is straight and it's rigid. Your back isn't arched. You're like completely flat as a board. But then as you stay in there for about 10 minutes and you start relaxing, it takes about 10, 15 minutes. They tell you this too when you get in the tank. They're like, try to relax, but you're not going to fully relax for 10 to 15 minutes. So you feel like you're totally relaxed, but you're not.
That makes sense.
But then after 10 or 15 minutes, you listen into the music and the complete dark isolation as you fall asleep, you'll notice your neck will go back like this and your whole back arches. And the water line on your face and everything. Like, and then as soon as you feel your core release, you're like, holy shit. You don't notice how much tension you're holding in your core just laying down flat on a bed. It's wild. It's like you are never completely at rest, ever. But then you get in a float tank and you experience 0G. That's why I would love to go to space someday. I want to know what it's like to just be in 0G, completely relaxed with your arms out like this, your legs in their natural position, hip joints all just completely resting. All the muscles are just going to their natural resting points. That's got to be the most amazing feeling in the world. Like just absolutely amazing. Justin said, I miss my therapist. She was hot. If your therapist is hot,
that's mildly counterproductive.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you're probably not going to get a lot of therapy done when you're just sitting there the whole time going, oh my God, she's hot. She's so friggin' hot. Mini chicken nuggets are like 50% flour anyways. That's probably true. Let's see here. Blue Varo. Here we got one I missed here. Nico Pahar. Thank you for the $5 super chat. He said, here's a crazy topic. Google to sell Chrome and be banned from re-entering the browser market for 5 years. Recommends U.S. Department of Justice. I haven't heard this. Seriously? Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, it's like it's supposed to be like an antitrust thing. It's like they're claiming Chrome has a monopoly.
They did the same thing to Microsoft. I remember that years ago.
But it made sense for Microsoft because they were including Internet Explorer with the operating system and making it default. Like they were. No,
they broke them up way more than that, dude. I'm not talking about the browser. I'm talking about they literally broke off their news organization, MSNBC. So they took Windows, Xbox, and MSNBC and like bifurcated them into like their own mini companies because they thought that they were working with each other to outcompete their competitors.
Didn't they go through this already anyway? Like that's why it's not Google, it's Alphabet owns Google and like all this other stuff. That kind of thing. Not only Chrome, also Android. I'll have to dig into that because that was part of our links today. Or is that?
Adam said hot teachers have better grades out of preteen males.
I imagine so.
Because they want to impress her, probably, right?
Yeah.
They want to be seen as a teacher's pet.
There's data too where like if you're working out, and they have like a hot babe like stand over you while you're doing bench press and stuff, you can do like 15 to 20% better. And that's significant. That's a huge amount of weight sometimes.
I 100% believe that. 100%.
And because you're the biology of it, it's like, oh shit, I gotta impress to
procreate. Yep.
Yeah.
You got to be the biggest, strongest.
Win.
Yep.
So it totally makes sense. That totally makes sense.
Isn't that funny? I love to study how psychology, instinct versus intellect. It's like everything we're born with is instinct. That's our programmed education, right?
Yeah.
But then we use our intellect to override it. because in a modern society where everybody's working together instead of out trying to outcompete each other, a lot of instincts don't make sense anymore. Like obviously the breeding instinct to just pick a woman that you think's best compatible with you and just like take them down like a caribou. That's obviously not acceptable in a civilization where we work together, right? And we're working towards common goals and we respect each other. So you have to train an intellect to override the instinct. And so it's interesting to see the times where the subconscious instinct still wins. Because there's still times where it's like, you know, your intellect isn't quite there enough. And when you're put in a certain situation without you even realizing it, you're subconsciously leaning on your instinct over your intellect. And that's a good example of that is if you see a woman pass by and suddenly you're bench pressing harder, right? You're like, why weren't you bench pressing like that right out of the gate? Well, you had the capability, right? And it's like, no, you really didn't, because you needed to see that to have the adrenaline boost, to know that the stakes were higher, to give you that little boost of energy you didn't previously have. Yeah. You know, it's like when a kid gets trapped under a car and the dad lifts the car off the kid, and they'll shatter their wrists, shatter their arms, break their joints and shit. It's like, you can't do that. Your brain will tell you to stop before you hit that threshold. But if it's a matter of life or death, then your instinct gives you that adrenaline rush to ignore the pain and just fight through it, right?
Damn what I learned from you. For better or for worse, winking face.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pele. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So the Google thing. So I pulled up the Google article. This is a day ago. It said earlier this week, it was reported that the U.S. Department of Justice top antitrust officials would likely ask a judge to enforce a significant breakup of Google in part of proposing that Chrome be sold off. As of Wednesday night, the official paperwork has been filed, and now we can see the authorities' plan is even further reaching than initially suggested. Though you won't see me shedding a tear if this breakup comes to pass. Not only will a judge be asked to enforce Google's sale of Chrome, but God, how could they, dude? Chrome is such a big part of Google's business. Oh my God, dude. Let's see here. Sale of Chrome, but the filing made to a Washington federal court also outlines the following its divestiture of Chrome. Oh, okay. May not re-enter the browser market for 5 years. The proposal also calls for Google to be prohibited from acquiring any interests in search rivals, potential entrants, and rival search or search ad related AI products. And that it must, like, how are you going to do that? They own a browser. They still own a whole search engine. How the fuck is that possible?
Right? That's weird.
I mean, literally, you'd be gutting them. And that it must go, and that it must let go of any that it already holds in its clutch. Furthermore, the documents additionally call for a halt to all the anti-competitive payment to distributors, including Apple, that are made to ensure Google is the default search engine on various companies' devices. Speaking of AI, the DOJ's proposal also recommends that Google offer data crawling rights to parties such as content creators. I do think that that's a good idea. So that they can choose to opt out of, say, Google using its work to train its large language model, AI.
Oh, yeah.
They claim that they already respect the tags that are out there, but they don't technically have to. So it's like, would you believe Google's doing that? I wouldn't. No. Setting to one side the fact that I, as a person who is infrequently funny on the internet, would personally very much not like to see my words regurgitated by an AI. Anyone who's recently had to wade through search results flooded with AI dross can see that this is a step in the right direction if it's enforced. That's very interesting, actually. I'll pull up this article so you guys can read the rest at your leisure. But this does seem massively overstepping. Because here's the problem. If the government can step in and just like break up companies to this level, then they need to do it to all companies that are of this size. Because if they do this to Google and they don't do it to Apple, for instance, right? Or they do this to Microsoft and they don't do it to their competitor, right? Like some Linux distribution or whatever that sells their support or whatever. You're basically handicapping. So you're going from one extreme to the other. You're saying, oh, you're a monopoly, but now you're putting them in a position to where they can't even compete. Like you're taking them from having an edge that they've worked to build, and now you're taking that away and saying you can't even have an edge at all. Like the other companies get an edge over you now.
Yeah.
And I think that it's kind of weird. Like that kind of seems like that kind of goes against the whole free trade aspect of capitalism, I suppose.
Yeah. I don't know. It doesn't make sense because nobody's forcing it. It's not built in. It's not auto defaulting. I mean, I guess there is some slight argument about the like, oh, if they're paying somebody to make it the default like automatically, maybe. But yeah, it's hardly a monopoly. Like, I don't know. It doesn't add up to me. Won't be surprised if DOJ next 8 years they decide to go after Apple and App Store. Yeah, probably. They're found to be guilty of being monopolistic in search, but their search data is much less valuable if they don't also control the browser market. I disagree. Google's still the number one and number two if you count YouTube, like search engines. So even if everybody started using Firefox,
sorry about that. I almost pissed myself.
Oh snap!
Old man bladder.
Somebody in the chat, replacing cloud services, said they were found to be guilty of being monopolistic in search, but their search data is much less valuable if they don't also control the browser market. And I was saying I disagree, because like even if if 50% of the market suddenly starts using Firefox tomorrow, Google and YouTube are still going to be the number one and number two, like, search engines in the world. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what browser you're using. You're still going to be just like it doesn't matter if you cancel your Amazon Prime account. You're still supporting Amazon because 50% of the internet runs on AWS.
Yeah.
Like,
and also, what are they going to do to Microsoft? Microsoft right now releases Edge, and it goes to Bing as the default browser, which is their browser with their AI. Right. So, like, if you kneecap Google, shouldn't you kneecap them and say that Edge has to be sold off?
Right.
That Microsoft can no longer possess Edge because they also own the second largest search engine in the world. So I don't know. I feel like these types of decisions, they either have to be absolute, where you basically take the criteria and apply it to all companies in the space, and you equally distribute it across those companies. I don't think it's okay to just grab one company and say, because you're the most successful, we're going to cut your legs off and put you in the back. Because now you're basically saying that if any company tries to, compete at the top of their game, they run the risk of being kneecapped and thrown to the back. So everybody should just stop innovating and just stay where they're at.
Yeah.
Because you run a risk of having everything taken away. Now, the flip side is Google does do a lot of bad shit. Like, Google grabs your data. They're tying their search engine into their browser and giving you like certain advantages, or giving them certain advantages with your data when you use those two things in competition. Sure, I'm not saying that they're not doing bad things, and I certainly disagree with their whole 30% bullshit. I'm getting sick of this whole everybody's entitled to 30% off the top of everybody else's work.
Yeah, that I don't like that.
That's ridiculous. It's like it doesn't even remotely compare to the value that's being provided. It's like, okay, so I'm giving you 30% of the revenue generated for this thing just for you simply hosting some data in a smaller space than what you're offering me a free account for on your OneDrive. Like I got to give you 30% for you to store a 600 megabyte file, but you'll give me a terabyte of storage for free, or 100 gigabytes of storage for free on your OneDrive to anybody that wants it. But you're going to charge me 30% for every sale to store this one binder. That kind of shit I don't like. Like, I wish that they would look at this and at least apply some kind of fair trade metrics to this stuff. But I do think that it's a slippery slope when you start targeting companies that are at the top of their game to kneecap them, just to put blood in the water for the other people to catch up, because now the other people are going to be like, what happens when they catch up? Then they have to be kneecapped, the person who's in the front, right? So it's like you almost never want to be the person in the front, so you always make sure that the other guy's just slightly ahead of you so that you can maintain your business, and then innovation just comes to a crawl and stops. So I'm not really sure. Okay, wait. Replacing cloud services said they were found to be guilty of being monopolistic in search. Oh, is that the one you read?
Yeah. That's
but their search data is much less valuable. Yeah. No, that is true. That is true. If they were forced to sell off the browser, then they would no longer have data to the data that's collected by the browser, which is then compared to the data that's collected by their search engine that gives them like a lot of value there.
I disagree. They'd still, because they'd still be number one and number two search engines. They're still getting search data with the changes that have happened with cookies and stuff. Like, we're all like, the tracking stuff isn't happening like it used to anyway. So it doesn't matter if you use Chrome or Opera or Firefox. Like, they're not tracking you in the same way anymore. So it doesn't matter if you use Chrome, because they're not getting. Well, I think because
Google's lied a lot, and they're not open source.
The tech security industry would have pointed this out by now if they still were. Somebody would have found how the data is getting back to them somehow or another. Plus, do you remember what Google Analytics would be better if that's the fucking case. Google Analytics are shit.
Do you remember not too long ago Google got caught for collecting data from incognito tabs in Chrome directly?
Because it was never not doing that, though. It always told you that, like, your shit's still being looked at. It's just not saving your history.
No,
like, it was never meant to be like a stealth mode.
Literally what it said, like, when you used incognito, they were doing the opposite of what it said. Like, they literally got caught red-handed, like, monitoring what sites you were going to, everything.
I don't know. I never really trusted
here,
it.
let me double check. I want to make sure that wasn't like Microsoft and Edge or something. But let me double check. It was like let's see here. Google, was it Chrome? So Chrome, getting personal data from incognito. Let me see if I can find the article here. Here we go. Yeah, I found it. Yep, it was Google. So okay, so January 20th, 2024. Google is finally revealing that it's collecting your data if you use Google Chrome, even when you use incognito mode.
I don't know.
This comes after the internet giant agreed to settle a $5 billion suit to avoid a 2020 lawsuit. So imagine, they paid out $5 billion to avoid a lawsuit. That's how sure they were going to lose that shit, right? The lawsuit claimed that Google collected information like your IP address, device data, and even your browser's history, despite incognito mode seemingly offering a private browsing experience. Google claimed it warned users about websites potentially tracking users' activity in order to dismiss the lawsuit. However, a judge ruled that Google never explicitly told users it was tracking them and collecting their information. Specifically, Google was. And if users were not aware, they couldn't consent to the data collection. So yeah, I mean a little bit on both sides, right? But still, they were leading people to believe that that it was private, but then they were taking advantage of a loophole to gather their data anyways, right?
Yeah.
Knowingly doing it. And then it looks like this whole article goes through and shows you like all the data privacy shit that you have to go through and like opt out of and a bunch of shit you got to click that's like really confusing to actually get privacy.
Yeah.
It's not by default. Yeah, I don't like the opt out culture, man. It needs to be an opt in culture. That's why I wish we passed some laws for that.
Yes.
Like if it ever includes personal data, if it ever includes privacy or security, it needs to be opt in.
Yes. Although then that's how you get all these pop-ups on websites talking about cookies and stuff and how they're like, oh, this is the data that we're collecting from you. And are you sure you want to do this? And it's like everybody just clicks through it and says, yeah. Who gives a fuck? You know?
No, that's when somebody creates a browser plugin. Anyway. Then you got the browser plugin that just hides it, right? So you never agree to anything.
Yeah.
I mean, it is an arms race, right? It's an arms race.
That's the opt-in, right? You have to. Or half the website doesn't work right.
It's true.
You know?
All right, so QA Library, thank you for the $6.43 super chat. You're absolute legend. He said, as a librarian, i.e. information professional, I see AI as a danger to the truth and narrative, knowing the science, funding, etc., especially in the medical field. I mean,
let's say that again.
So okay. He said, as a librarian, you know, he's a professional. He's an information professional as a librarian. He said he sees AI as a danger to the truth and narrative, and then in brackets he says, knowing the science, funding, etc. Like what is funding, what studies, and what science, and like knowing what is truth and what is fiction, right? And he said, especially in the medical field, like as far as using AI to find medical information versus going into a library. But here's what I would argue.
I can see that being a concern. Sure.
Anybody can publish any book in a library that says anything under free speech.
Right.
So, and the way that you discredit that book is by people who review it and post things that say this book's full of shit and this is why it's full of shit. And then people stop buying that book, right? That's how that system would normally work. AI may not give you that same mechanism because it may be drawing tidbits from that book and tidbits from other places and not telling you where it came from. So it's harder to trace it back to the review of what's bullshit and what's not. But the flip side is if it's a well-trained AI, you would expect that thing to be trained to reject things that are reviewed really low. Like don't train on books that are bullshit. Don't train if you're training on 15 different data sources for something, whatever the majority decision is throughout those 15 data sources, that is most likely the one that should take precedent. Yeah. So AI does a lot of the same things that a human would do as far as like objective dismissal of things, right? You take in a bunch of data and then you figure out what things are more likely closer to truth than fiction, but nothing's 100%. That's the thing with AI. Just like with a human, you can't trust a human's response to be 100% accurate. Yeah. Right? The smarter they are, the more likely that what they say is going to be accurate, but there's always going to be little slip-ups. There's always going to be things that are misremembered. There's always going to be like slightly differentiation. If you have two surgeons, for instance, doing a surgery, they might not both agree exactly what order of operations to do things or how to stitch a thing. You know, they might have their own special things that they've learned throughout experience that works better for them. Doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean it's wrong. It's just different, right? So as far as AI being a threat, yes, I do believe that AI is a complete threat if it's just left to run amok and people just don't understand what AIs are good and bad. However, just like with books, people are going to rate these AIs and experts are going to go through and ask these AIs questions and they're going to see how good the answers are and they're going to rate them. And so you'll be able to look at which AIs are garbage and give you bad information, like Grok, for instance, and just avoid it. Right. And that's why I think it's very similar to books in that case. But here's where I think AI is amazing. and QA library, you might actually be missing this one. And this is, what if the AI is just trained on your library? What if the AI is literally just taught the English language? It's taught basic mathematics, like from a credible source, right? It's the guide training from a human is this accurate, scientific data, just like you would as a librarian, the basics that you would know. And then it only trained on the confines of the books within that library, whether it be a medical library, whether it be an engineering library. Then all the data that it would be presenting through its AI to the user asking questions would have come from those books or compiled together from information from a bunch of those books overlapping subjects. So you would effectively be using AI to talk to the library. And I think where this could be threatening to a librarian, and hence why I think you may have posted this question, is it does kind of cut the librarian out of the picture, because the librarian would normally be the person to say, this is the book you want. This is the one right now that's like the hot shit for this specific subject. As a librarian, you hear things, what people are talking about. You hear about, when people return books, telling you what was good, what was bad. And you can use that to guide the next person to get to the information faster. Whereas AI is basically like, I looked and read every single book in this entire place. I know every word of every sentence, everything. Just ask me a question and I will tell you exactly what you want in the way you want me to tell you. Like a 4-year-old, like a grade school student, do you want me to break down everything in a simpler terminology? So it's almost like AI would replace the librarian in that case, because you're no longer looking for a book. You're just looking for an answer to your question, which could be data from like thousands of books aggregated together.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'd be curious. I'm sorry, this was like an hour ago, so I don't know if they're still in here. But QA library, if you're still in here, I'd love for you to break that down a little bit more. Why you think it's a danger and how you think that danger could be mitigated? Because again, if you go to a library that has bad books, like for instance, if you go to a Christian library where they just throw out all science and everything's creationism, right? And the book that the Bible is the number one book that supersedes everything else. Scientists would tell you that, no, that's crap, right? But if you're a religious person, to you, that would be your truth, right? You wouldn't accept anything other than that. So even though it's technically not scientifically accurate, it's what the person would be looking for. And if they went into a library expecting that, even though it's still not it's not a provable truth and it's based on faith, they still would be getting what they wanted. Like they're going there and searching that library for a reason instead of going to like a scientific library, for instance. So I look at it through the lens of, I don't think AI is just like this random danger to everything. I think it depends on how the AI is implemented and what the AI is trained on. Just like if you're a librarian just trained on garbage, like if you're a librarian that was a conspiracy theorist and anything that was true or science you disrespected and you thought that Terrence Howard was a fucking mathematical wizard, chances are if your kids go and talk to that librarian, they're going to be stupider for it, right? So and those librarians, even though they might be in the minority, they do exist. There are librarians out there, I'm sure, that throw their opinions on everything and disregard something and won't even recommend it regardless of how accurate it is, just because of their own personal beliefs. And so AI wouldn't have that problem necessarily, as long as it was trained on the sum total of data in the library and you didn't weight it in the beginning to give priority to one thing over another, and all you wanted to do is explicitly use the majority as a representation of truth. I think it'd be fine. I think it actually, if anything, it'd be more accurate. QA Library said that would work. I'm looking forward to 2 big law data companies. LexisNexis being one that will allow courts to use the AI data. Oh, I didn't hear about that.
Dude, if LexisNexis, I guarantee, and I don't have any real, but this is just vibes, but I guarantee LexisNexis is working on their own custom LLM. And in fact, I bet internally they already are using one. They have such a humongous collection of law data, what's the word, like precedent and stuff. Yeah. It would be stupid for them not to.
Dude, if you are a lawyer, AI is just the LLMs in general are the greatest thing ever invented.
But be careful.
Be careful, because if you get caught, which did happen, by the way. Remember those lawyers that their entire case had, they didn't even proofread it. They just gave it to the judge straight out of the AI. Yeah, didn't even read it themselves. The judge is like, your entire argument doesn't even make sense at all. But here's the thing: if you used agents, so the idea of agents is that you have an AI that is trained specifically on data in one field. So you have an agent that's good at engineering. You have an agent that's good at math. Instead of having one trained agent that's just mediocre at everything, you have each AI basically trained up from an expert and then trained on expert data in that field that's just scoped to that one thing. And then you put all the agents together and you ask it really broad questions, and then it goes to each sub agent to find the expert and get that data. And then you have another agent that's good at aggregating all the experts together into one solid answer. If you use a system like that, and you took a library and you created an expert out of each genre or book or each subject matter, and then you had the librarian, which is the person that can piecemeal it all together into a response that's like cohesive.
Sure.
And you threw that together and you just trained it on the confines of the knowledge in the library and didn't just open up the internet and like put it on Reddit or something, or like Grok and just train it off people's random fucking weird tweets on X. You probably get like really impressive data really, really quickly. And imagine what that could do for law also, like when it's working right. Imagine having the entire sum total of our laws from the beginning of our country, like scanned in and trained into an AI, just all the law, regardless. And then you cross-reference that with all the cases that have ever happened that are documented, like everything, dump everything, evidence, the discovery, how the arguments were made by each side, how the jury came to their decisions, how each one of those jurists came to their decision, notes, all that stuff. If you put all that into a system, you could go into a case and literally just take all the discovery for a case and dump it into it and say, what is a jury likely to vote on this? Or where is the hole? Like where is data insufficient here based on all other law and all other case study in the history? Like where are we missing data that we should focus our investigation to fill a hole? You know, AI could like really point you in directions that otherwise would take a lot of manpower and a lot of slogging through stuff and a lot of memory and a lot of footnotes and people talking to each other and a lot of human error to try to come to the conclusion, right? Which also equals a lot of money. And that's the thing is like a lot of people can't afford to weather a lawsuit just because of the sheer amount of paperwork. Like they'll charge per page. Like if you ever talk to a lawyer, just to copy a page, they'll be like, oh, we have to copy each page in the discovery. The discovery is 300 pages. We charge $6 a page or whatever. That shit adds up fast. Now imagine if you had an AI on your side where you could just mitigate all that shit and say, listen, lawyer, all I need you to do is spend 15 minutes. Bill me for an hour, okay? Bill me for an hour. It's going to take you 15 minutes. Run all my case through the beep, boop, beep. Run all the previous history of the person that I'm suing through the beep, boop, beep. Go look at all the online stuff, all the messages on the chat histories, everything logged, all their notes from their different prospective works, just everything. There's some total of knowledge gathered on that person. And then come back and be like, what is the likelihood that this case, you know, holds enough validity to move forward, or are you just wasting your time and money? Dude, that would be so useful for freeing up the system from all these cases that just spend like 6 months and hundreds of thousands of dollars and nobody gets anywhere. It just ends up being like a stalemate, or it gets, you know, dropped in court and it never goes anywhere. So I actually do see AI being a huge help in a lot of fields, but lawyers would like that in the beginning, because now they have to hire less caseworkers to like go through and do all this shit, which is more money for them, correct? But right. Over time, they're going to realize, wait a second, that also means like their competitors have less caseworkers and less shit, and their competitors have this edge. And it's going to become an arms race down to just every single law office is just one person and an AI. One person and their AI. Because there's just no reason to have any other people around. Then you don't have the jobs, right? And you don't have the jobs, and then you're not able to charge the money, because nobody's going to want to pay you that money knowing that there isn't anybody else working on it. They're not going to want to give you 60% of their settlement knowing that all you did was talk to an AI that they go pay $20 a month and talk to. So I think in the end, like all AI looks really appealing to everybody in the beginning, but if you factor it out over time, it ultimately learns everything that makes you special and then eventually makes you obsolete. Not in everything. I'm not saying in everything, but I'm just saying, like, if you have a job working at McDonald's, you have a job as a law officer that like copies things, or you're a paralegal, or you're somebody that like all these jobs that just require like you to have a very specific set of knowledge that takes a long time for a human to slog through and learn all this shit, and you can be replaced by an AI that's $29.95 a month. In the beginning, it's awesome because it makes your job easier and you're still getting paid the same, but over time you're going to get paid less and less and less and ultimately be out of a job. And then you're not going to like it anymore. QA Library said, when looking at new databases and medical journals, most of the time it is rejected is due to 1, bad science, or 2, issues with funding of the database, or 3, issues with the company behind it. But AI would be able to slog through that and give you those answers much quicker than a human could. If you put all the data inside of an AI, if you trained an AI on all of the companies, all of the funding sources, all of the bad cases that turned out bad and all the good cases that turned out right, and who was involved in the good ones and who was involved in the bad ones and all the ratios and everything, you would be able to come to a much faster conclusion figuring out if something is most likely bullshit or not without having to go through all the steps. Now, granted, you're still going to want to verify everything because, like you said earlier, it's like you don't want to just like slog it through and get comfortable just giving that to a judge and expecting it to turn out your way. Like, you have to verify the work, so there always needs to be some kind of human oversight, and there would be in real life, too. You'd have to be stupid as a law firm to entrust an entire case on one person. Like, you have that person do the work, and then you have another person double-check it, right? Like, everybody's double-checking each other's shit. Same thing in a dev environment. If I program code at Microsoft, I have a counterpart that tests that code and makes sure that it's solid, make sure it didn't break any rules. Then we run a thing over called Prefast and Prefix that looks for common bugs that can be made that can get us into a lot of trouble and common things that can leave security issues or resource consumption that's unnecessary. And then I have to fix those in order to get to the next stage. And then I have to be approved by another person, my tester counterpart, to get that through. And so you don't really rely on just one mechanism to be judge, jury, and executioner. There's a democracy about it. And I think with AI, you'd still have that democracy. The AI would just be producing the really long part of the job very quickly. And then the most of the human time would be in checking its work and making sure it's good. But it's a hell of a lot easier to check someone's work, like against known precedent and everything, right? If you have it all sitting in front of you, it's all been compressed down, it's all been built. It's easier for the human to go through and check that than it is to have a human go through and do all the hard work and then have the person check it. Like, I think it's cheaper operation usually to fact check the data than it is to create it. Maybe not in every single case. Like, if you're just lazy and you're just guessing on everything with no experience, then the fact checkers got their work cut out for them. But I think in a real environment where everybody's trying to do the best job they can, the fact checker actually ends up having the easiest job because everything's all been lined up. Everything's been itemized. Now they just have to go through and check each one of them to make sure that it's accurate. Let's see here. Would drop shipping be considered AI? Automated income?
Ha ha ha.
Sure. However, you can use AI to do drop shipping without any human interaction at all. A lot of people have been doing that lately, where you just basically go get a Squarespace thing, you download a little thing from GitHub, it creates a storefront, it goes and duplicates a bunch of items from Amazon, adds on a $2 additional fee, creates a storefront, and drop ships it. You click it, you put it in your shopping cart on your, you index it on Google. Somebody runs across your site when they're searching for it and don't realize it's on Amazon. They buy it from your site, and now it just drop ships it from Amazon to your house, but then they take their $2.
Yep.
And now AI just creates 1,000 of those sites. Every time a site is successful, it re-indexes it and pays more money to advertise it. If a site isn't successful because it just had the wrong branding or whatever, then they just decommission it. And AI can manage that entire soup to nuts project. As a matter of fact, Fiverr has a huge problem with this right now, where there are a ton of Fiverrs popping up that have no human behind them at all. The Fiverr is literally created by an AI, and the AI does all the communication back and forth to the client and is like, oh, you want a logo? Describe your logo. And then it just dumps it into one of these 5 or 10 different AIs, gets a sample of image from each of the AIs, puts them into a zip file, attaches them within like 5 minutes to the thing, sends it back to the user and says, hey, are any of these to your liking? And then the person will like reply back and be like, oh yeah, no, I really like number 4. Okay, no, that's perfect. Okay, great. And then complete the transaction, give them 5 stars. They move one step to the tire. And then if they create the images and the person's like, no, this is terrible, this is horrible, then you go, oh, I'm really sorry I couldn't help you. I'm going to refund your money in full, because there's no time wasted for them. So there's no reason for them to fight for it. So it just gives them the refund, and then they don't give them any rating at all because they're like, oh, I'm not going to give them a bad rating. They gave me my money back, so I'm not out anything. So they end up just skyrocketing to the top above the actual humans because they're faster, they're more efficient, they give you a result quicker, and they guarantee your money back if it's not exactly what you want. And there's no human involved. It's literally just a dude's computer like fucking just proxying queries back and forth between different AIs and then just zipping up the result. It's wild, dude. It's wild. So, and the thing is like when they get caught, they get banned because you're not allowed to do that technically on Fiverr. But the problem is these AIs are so good with the random seeds and everything, especially when you're running one at a local LLM that isn't like a very well-known public LLM. So they can't test the prompts and see what happens. You can just slip on through. And then if somebody messages you and says, hey, we're following up to see if you're an AI or whatever, then you have the AI say, if anything comes directly from Fiverr in the email box, high priority, send it to a human so a human can respond. And then the human can go, oh, no, I'm a real person. No, I'm really doing this. Hey, thanks for checking in or whatever. And, same shit that people used to do when they automated World of Warcraft and shit and got away with it, right? Yeah, it's like as soon as the AI detects that an admin's in the area and they see a message come from the admin, they either log off immediately, so the admin's like, oh shit, I just missed them, or the admin messages them and then it replies back and says, oh hey, just a sec, I'm in the middle of something, And then like 2 minutes later, a human jumps into the chat really quick. And it's like, okay, I'm back. Hey, what can I do you for? Oh yeah, we just want to check, see if you're a bot. No, I'm not a bot. Hey, have a good day. And then they just click the script back on when the admin walks away and they're good to go. As a matter of fact, a friend of mine made $400,000 doing that in the Microsoft game Asheron's Call. So
yeah,
I told you that story where like half of our teams, like they even tried to get me involved in it. I'm glad I didn't, because the dude got, literally tricked into divulging what he did, and they fixed it within like 24 hours, and everybody was so mad. I've never seen so many people rage in my entire life. It was crazy. Let's see. Cryptic Smoke, thank you for becoming a channel friend. The new member.
Nice.
Cryptic
Thanks.
Smoke. Woo! Hell yeah. All right, we're getting caught up now. Thank you for the $5, Hystario, you absolute legend. He was the one that said he's 500 pounds. He got access to healthcare, 3 months, and he's down to 458 pounds. Hey, I didn't ask, did you get a gastric bypass or anything to lose the weight? Or are you just losing the weight through just like healthcare and medication? Are you doing like Ozempic or anything like that? Or are you just purely doing like chair exercise? I'm really curious. Because I mean, that's a lot of loss for 3 months. Going down almost 50 pounds. That's crazy. He said, I started to do chair exercises, and he's slowly gaining control back. Small wins add up. Absolutely. Absolutely. And now, earlier I was saying that I've been starting to do a little bit of bed exercise, but the problem is stretching really hurts. Like if I do stretching, it feels good while I'm doing it. And then a couple of minutes later, it can really fuck me up bad to where like everything Charlie horses in my body and I feel like a giant knot. But what I've started doing is I have these isometric belts that I got, like these, long elastic belts and I've got some really thin ones too that just like go all the way from like maybe like 1.5 pounds all the way up to like 20 pounds.
Nice,
and so what I do is I wrap those around my wrists, put my foot through it, and then I can pull my arms up like this and I can drop my leg. And that way I'm pushing my leg down against gravity instead of trying to pull it up, which is yanking on my SI joint. And by doing that, I can get some range of motion. I can move my muscles. I can get my muscles to engage a little bit. And what I really need to do is just build up a habit of every time I'm laying in bed, just do like 15 minutes of that, 15 minutes off, 15 minutes of that. And just while I'm watching YouTube or whatever and I'm in bed, just keep doing shit all night. And if I did that, I'd get results very quickly.
A little bit at a time. Yeah.
Little bit. 100%. And then the last one we have here for the super chats for the time being, from Pele, said, Barnacules Nerdgasm. He said, damn what I learned from you, for better or for worse.
Oh, yeah, man.
Can we get an example of for worse? What did we do?
I always encourage, though, to investigate further. Don't just take our word for it.
That's a big deal. Yeah, don't ever believe a single source of information on the internet. Always verify.
Yeah.
And because the thing is, don't get me wrong, we try not to mislead anybody. Like I really try to do my due diligence, but I do screw up. I do make mistakes. I remember things wrong.
Yeah, dude.
Like just like any human, I misinterpret things. So what I want to do by talking to people is get them interested enough to do the research themselves. That's what I really want to do, is I want to plant the bug, right? Like when I talk about something, we talk about topics, like I want to get you interested enough that you'll go and look at it yourself now, even to prove me wrong. There's a lot of people that'll go look at it because they want to prove me wrong, because they're like, I know you're wrong. Right. And then it leads to you learning something. Like a great example is like Adam and I were having like a funny conversation, because we like to poke fun at each other and shit like friends when we're hanging out doing stuff.
Yeah.
And so we were talking about like the Ford F-150 and how it can like power your house in a power outage. Like, you know, if you have the car plugged into your house with this like special charger that they sell with it, it can like feed your house. And Adam's like, no, you have to have a separate cable. And I was like, no, it does it through one cable. And we ended up both being right. It is through one cable, but there's two sets of cables going through the one cable.
Oh.
So it's like still you're just the charger you plug into your truck is what's feeding the house, but it's like two sets of contacts, right?
Interesting.
So and then another thing we were talking about was like my internet. You know, he was saying that like for 10 gig, there's no way it can. Whoa, shit! That scared the hell out of me.
Sorry.
Those dogs, my God, they got me. So I do love the Ford Lightning. That thing is so badass. So but then we were talking about like the internet, and it's like I have a 1 gig internet connection. And we were talking about how like for a 10 gig internet connection, they would have to change out the physical wire to like the house, right? And they'd have to like change stuff at the junctions. Whereas like Ziply said that they can do it either connected through the ONT or connected directly to the computer by just like upgrading the plan. And it turns out that, again, we were both right for different reasons. Because like Adam said, the old technology, like the one that he's on, that he uses, that is what would be required. But I'm on like a newer technology that's like this something DPON plus or something that supports up to the 10 gig to the ONT through a single piece of fiber. So it's like one of those things where it's like because we talked about this subject, you learn something new, right? It's like, I wouldn't have known any of that had we not talked about it. Same thing with the F-150. I never would have known how the mechanism worked. I never would have known the nuances between, is it backfeeding power through the same cable, or is it using two separate cables? Is one AC or is one DC? Like, they have the fast charger where it's like the DC fast charger and the AC, which one is feeding the power back to the house versus which one is charging the car? Is the inverter on the car side or is it on the charger side? How is it tapped into the house's circuitry to feed the power back? Is it actually coming in through like a solar, that's what it is. The SX GPON. Thank you. The SX GPON, not just a regular GPON. But it's like, if you didn't have these conversations, you wouldn't get the kind of kick in your ass to learn. So and like, one of the things I learned too is I couldn't believe how much data they can transmit through a single piece of fiber. Like using optical prisms. Like, you can send so many different wavelengths of light through a single piece of fiber in both directions simultaneously, that you don't need two fibers. Like, back in the day, I remember when I used to hook up the fiber channels at Microsoft, you had a TX and an RX fiber. Everything had two fibers. Even some of Linus's fiber stuff that he has that he hooked up on his channel and stuff, it's two fibers, right? But it's like, I'm like, how am I getting gigabit all the way up to 50 gigabit is offered to me from Ziply that can go through this one strand of fiber? And I'm like, how the hell? Like, how is that possible? But it is. It absolutely is. And it's just wild to think about. And then we got to talking about, like, why not use copper? Why use fiber over copper when copper technically can transmit data faster? Like in literally feet per second transmission speed, copper is a fair amount faster than fiber. So why use fiber instead of copper? And you start looking at like the distance that you can travel before needing a repeater. How much power is needed for that repeater? How much heat is generated? The degradation of the copper, right? The shielding required to stop with like EMI and stuff like that. There's so many benefits to just eating the tiny bit of speed loss over fiber that you gain over copper, but technically the copper's faster. So if you have two pieces of network equipment right next to each other and you want a high bandwidth connection between them, then it makes sense to use like a copper wire, but if you're running a long distance, a fiber would make more sense, right? If all you care about is the speed and you don't care about like the heat and the EMI and all that crap. Hey, what is TerraBeam? I've heard, Graham, that name rings a bell, but I can't remember what it was. What was TerraBeam? Was that using a laser to transmit data like over air instead of through a cable? Because I vaguely remember something like that. Hey, Vader's Luxurious Nuts is here. Everybody say hi to Vader's Luxurious Nuts. We love Vader's Luxurious Nuts.
I'm seeing ski goggles.
Where do you see ski goggles?
TerraBeam.
Where?
I just Googled TerraBeam and it come up with a bunch of ski goggles.
Here, TerraBeam. I've heard it here. Let me see here. Let's see, data transmission. It sounds familiar. So TerraBeam 32i optical transceiver.
Point-to-point laser over the air. Huh.
Yeah, so like similar to what this is similar to like what the Starlink satellites are doing. Like the new ones, the V2 Starlink satellites that can like laser data between each other. That way they don't have to go down to the ground stations to transmit data, which is like a really expensive operation.
Oh, the truth about TerraBeam.
Oh, point-to-point laser. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I did remember what it was. The name rung a bell. So
that's old.
So what, they never did it? Or did Elon just rip them off? Because Elon does that. Elon does do point-to-point laser data transmission in the V2 version of the satellites. CJJC, are you working on any software? As a matter of fact, I am. Do you guys want to know what software I'm working on right now? It's actually
prior to WiMAX. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of laser over 2000.
Air. It's from 2000.
Bro, there's some cool ideas back in the day. Like, do you remember Wi-Fi powering phones?
Yeah,
that was cool shit. That was cool shit. Although I think there was like some major problems involved with it.
Yeah, it's too hot, man.
Yep.
What do you do? You can't just walk around and have your shit passively charged just from like the air. Dude, could you imagine like your teeth would vibrate all the time? Like you feel your skin would tingle and stuff. Like it would just feel weird. Like
Or Graham, was it you that I was talking to about the IR transmission of data, like from light bulbs in houses and businesses?
Oh, we talked about that on stream.
That was kind of cool. I was like, I like the idea of that, just walking around and just having like data access through light bulbs, like no Wi-Fi access
LEDs,
points.
Yeah, the LEDs can flicker and you wouldn't notice it, like because it's faster. It'd flicker faster than.
It looked like the light was solid, but it's really transmitting data.
I think that was the topic I put in for.
I think it was
Tech Talk one time. Yeah, they were talking about, that was part of the usage was for like internal building networks and stuff where Wi-Fi can get fucked up because of like concrete and all that jazz.
Yep.
Yeah, they were talking about flickering lights and stuff. It'd be difficult from floor to floor. You'd still need some sort of physical connection, but like across a whole office space or whatever, your intranet could totally be LiFi.
That's what it was, LiFi,
flickering LEDs and shit. Yeah.
And the thing is, like,
very cool idea.
Because they have laser diodes, right? They have laser diodes that can they can turn on and turn off, like full cut, power on, power off, like a trillion times a second. Like it's insane the number of like cutoffs. Whereas the human eye, because of persistence of vision, wouldn't even notice, right? To us, it would be consistent light, but to any receiver, it would clearly see those pulses of light starting and stopping.
There'd be 0.001% of people who start getting wicked migraines and shit though, because like they got just their one eyeball's kind of off because like oh man, this one dog.
My God, like, he's on a trip today.
It sounds like they're fucking dying, but that's just like how it like is barking and shit. It doesn't know how to like bark proper, so like.
It just scream barks.
It sounds like it's screaming like one of them Frenchies.
I know, it sounds like somebody's murdering your dog,
I'm gonna check though, just in case. It's not mine. It's one of the ones we're looking after for today. And
I figured
my intern isn't fucking picking up the slack.
Yeah, make sure he's not dead. Yeah, that's the thing too, Graham. Like you said, the frequency that transmits data could also be just non-visible, right? You could have the light bulb have two emitters, a visible wavelength of light, like that you turn on and off when you enter the room, and then a constant non-visible wavelength of light, like infrared or ultraviolet or whatever, and that could be for the data transmission. But you know what would be wild is that we actually have cameras that are fast enough now to film photons. Have you seen that? I think it's like 10 million frames a second or something like that. It's super low resolution, but they did a video where they actually pulse a laser in a Coke bottle, and you actually see a wave of light, like think of a unit of light as a wave moving through the air, and you can actually see it go through, hit the Coke bottle, refract in every direction, and then pass through it and go forward. And you can see the darkness in front of it and behind it the whole time that it's transmitting. Did you see that? The high-speed camera that can record photons? Oh, he's still muted. Yeah, it was wild. It's like if you go do a YouTube search for like what is it? Like I think it's like high-speed detect light or something like that, and they do it to a Coke bottle, they do it to an apple. Let's see here, high speed camera photons. Yeah, here it is. Visualizing video at the speed of light, 1 trillion frames a second. I was way off. I'm like 100 trillion.
Yeah, I've seen some of that. Yeah, where they can see the photon going by.
They have a way better camera than this now, but yeah, this was 12 years ago they did this experiment, and if you watch the video, you can actually see the wave of light. Like you see the laser, like a bullet, like moving through the air, hitting a bottle, and then like refracting around inside of the bottle. But you're seeing it all like in real time at like 6 trillion frames per second.
We have built.
It's like, could you imagine? Oh, here, let me turn this off. Where'd it go?
We can see photos.
Yeah, it's just wild. Like, what is the storage like? Even at low resolution, 6 trillion frames. For like, now granted, they don't even have to store a second, right? It's like it's a photon of light. I mean, they're probably storing like, a millionth of a second, and that's enough to get exactly what they need.
That's so cool.
But it's just wild that they were able to build something like that could see the light. So if you had that camera running in a room that was using a LiFi system, you would see these waves of light emanating, these bands of light emanating from the bulb in like Morse code, like in binary, like going throughout the room. And then we talked about like some of the possibilities, like what if there's a mirror in the room and you get reflections and the reflections come back, and like you'd have to have like certain types of error correction and shit like that, and the sensors would have to be like unidirectional. You'd have to do something to cancel out like all of the bouncing of the light, because light bounces off everything. It might lose a lot of its amplitude, but it would bounce off of surfaces and stuff like that. So you'd have to have some way to like cancel it out and look for reflections and things like that. Joseph said, did Barnacules say he was developing software again? Yeah, sort of. It's not as complicated as you think, though. So I have a problem, and it's a problem you guys have known about for a while, but it just hit its like worst point ever. Speaking of which, let me double check. Yep, we're at 72. Hold on a second. All right. So you will have noticed from looking at my ass that I just turned around and turned on my air conditioner by resetting the breaker on the floor. So my old ass air conditioner that I refused to replace because I'm not going to let it defeat me, and plus I'm poor now. I decided that I'm going to keep it alive longer. So the relay is now permanently fused. So remember how I used to just bang on it to get the relay to release so that so the compressor could turn on or off? Well, now it's permanently fused. So if I turn the AC off, the compressor just keeps running forever.
Oh,
and it's bad because
that's funny.
What's that?
Well, it's funny you say that because I'm going to do something similar. I have like a heater thing that's supposed to hang up on the it's supposed to be like an outdoor, directional heater thing, right? And I lost the remote for it, and so that's one of the projects I have on that I was going to do this weekend is tear into the thing and bypass the remote.
Yep.
On off because it's got a physical switch to turn it on.
Yep.
And then you can adjust the heat and stuff with the remote. So I was just going to bypass all the remote circuitry so that you turn it on, it's maximum overdrive.
Might I offer a
on
suggestion?
And off. Yeah.
Okay. Here's my suggestion.
It's going to drop fucking 2,000 watts.
Where is it?
I'm going to start blowing breakers.
I wish I had one sitting on my desk to show you, but Casa, TP-Link Casa, I think they're about $5 a piece. They're really cheap. Let me see if I can find it for you. It's a switch that handles up to 15 amps, so it'll take the 1,800 watts from any of your air conditioners, unless it uses like 240 or whatever.
No, that's just plugs into the regular.
So this is what I use for my air conditioner. And so it's let me find it here. So TP-Link Casa switch. There it is. I found it. The HS103. And how much are they going for now? So $19 for 4 of them. So they're less than $5 each.
Okay.
So let me grab this link because if you guys use this link, I get money, and I like money because it helps me pay the bills.
Use the link.
So everybody use that link if you want to buy these. So this is a Casa TP-Link. What's cool about these is somebody hacked the protocol on them. So you can control them using the app on the phone, or you can control them using Python, or you can control them using C#.
Cool.
And it basically just turns on power remotely using Wi-Fi. That's it. You turn power on or off. And that's what I use for my AC. So this is what I'm programming. People were asking me what I was programming. It's funny that you mentioned this because I think what I'm programming could help you. So what I'm doing is I'm taking an ESP32. Those cost about $4 or $5, right? So I take an ESP32 and a $1 temperature sensor, and I put temperature sensor on one of the pin sets, and then I write a program using AI because I was like, why the hell should I have to learn how to do any of this shit? Because AI just writes the perfect code. So I said, AI, just write me a little bit of code, and I only had to slightly modify it, that will take the temperature from the temperature probe every second, and then it'll look at how long the air conditioner's been on or how long the air conditioner's been off. And then if the temperature deviates by 1 degree, then it checks to see if the air conditioner has been off for at least 5 minutes, because you don't want to turn an air conditioner on and off rapidly because it fucks up the pump and gets oil in it. So you basically say, okay, we're at the temperature we want the room at. Turn the AC off, start a 5-minute countdown. At the end of 5-minute countdown, start checking the temperature. Did the temperature go up by 1 degree? If it did, turn it back on until it gets back down to temperature again. And basically, I have an ESP32 with a tiny little temperature sensor that over Wi-Fi is directly telling the TP-Link, because I don't even have to go back to the computer. I can have it through Wi-Fi talk directly to the switch and tell it to turn on and off. Okay. And then all you got to do is give it USB power. So you just plug this little ESP32 into USB in your room, anywhere where you want to take the temperature. And then it takes whatever temperature, and when it reaches the temperature you want it to be, it turns off the AC, counts down 5 minutes. If the temperature within that 5 minutes goes up by 1 degree or more, then it turns the AC back on until it drops down to temperature, and then it kills the power to it and starts another 5-minute countdown. And it basically takes over the thermostat and the AC. So it's just... And if I wanted to leave the fan on in the AC, like if I wanted the fan in the AC to just run continuously instead of turning the whole unit on and off, I could just take out the relay, the fused relay that I have on the main board, and then I can just take the ESP32 and connect it directly to the contacts to complete the circuit on the relay, and then I can just have it turn on the compressor and turn off the compressor while leaving the fan on 24/7. So I haven't decided which way I'm going to go, but the first way I'm going to go is just purely without any modifications to the unit. Since the relay is already fused and I know that it just stays on continuously, I'm just going to have it control turning it on and off. So he said, yeah, a lot of smart switches are rated less than 50 amps. Not sure about the TP-Link ones. I've been using this TP-Link now for over a year to control this AC. Zero problems.
It seems like, yeah, again, it's like one of those ones like you'd think somebody would call them out for it if it were wrong.
And here, mine is a 12,000 BTU. So how big is your AC?
It's a heater thing, a radiant heater thing that I was gonna fuss with, but I think it's like 1,500 watts is where it tops out. Then
you're within 15 amps, so you're good.
Yeah. It runs just fine on a regular plug, so it can't be more than 2,000 something or 2,200 watts or so. Yeah.
Yeah, and these are non-dimmer plugs, and the cool thing is the relay in them is insanely fast. So I actually, this was an accident. I didn't mean to do this, but I wrote a script to turn it on and off to test it. Mm-hmm. And I didn't realize that I had an infinite loop in it. so I ran it, and I literally behind me goes, it sounds like this. It sounds like, I thought it was gonna fry, and the little light bulb, the bulb was flickering like a motherfucker on it. I was like,
on and off every like 3,000 times per second. It's turning on and off.
Let's just say I probably shaved 2 years of life off that TP-Link switch. However, it still works. I'm still using that same switch, and it works fine.
Wow.
But I was really shocked because one, I can't believe it could get the command that fast. Because if you use the app on the phone to do it, it's like turn off, click, turn on, wait, click, turn off, wait, click. And it's like that slow. But if you use Home Automation, Home Assistant can turn it on and off like 5 times a second. A Python script sending the JSON packet to it directly, or it's not even a JSON packet. It's like it's a they use an encryption, but somebody broke the encryption. It's a really stupid encryption where it's like the package is like reversed and then like 2 bits are reversed. It's stupid. It's when you look at how it was cracked, you just laugh. The algorithm's like 2 lines of code to decrypt the whole thing.
People it's just to keep the normies out.
Basically,
anybody who tries hard enough. Who cares?
So if you use the Python script just to stream the commands to it, then you can make the thing just like fucking almost catch fire, turn it on and off so fast. But yeah, it works fine. I've been running it with this 12,000 BTU AC that when I plug it in, well, actually here I can tell you exactly how much it pulls. Here, hold on. I got a kilowatt. We'll plug in the old kilowatt. All right. Here, I'll show you what it looks like too. Here, hold on. Okay. Oh man, my back is bad. Oh, I got an angry back. It's still angry from doing camera stuff. Okay, so this is what it looks like. That's the whole thing.
Yep.
It's got a manual override, so if you want to just use it like a light switch to turn it on and off, just push the button.
Cool.
So if you lose network for whatever reason, you're like, I still want to control it, powers out. You just click the button. So let me plug it into my little kilowatt. I'll plug it into my 12,000 BTU AC with fused compressor.
So these 2 plugs don't use ESP, but the new chip has been hatched for now. Can reprogram them with UART cable, the OpenBK. Oh, cool.
Okay, turn it on. There it goes. I just hit the button on the side. So I'll let the compressor fully come up to speed and everything, and then we'll take a measurement. And it handles the startup load fine. And the startup load is like the biggest one. Like it'll spike to 1,800 watts for like a second when it first turns on. It handles it no problem.
Nice.
So Wi-Fi to IR is the thing. I haven't seen it yet, but I'd love to see a device that does it.
Yeah, sure, why not? I mean,
and Adam said smart plugs are not normally 15 to 18 amps. Yeah, the old smart plugs aren't. Like the new smart plugs, they go all the way up to like 18 amps, and I've even found a 20 amp one that plugs into the socket where it has the prong sideways. Because I ordered one of those for cutting the power to my UPS to test it. Because I got sick of climbing under my desk and unplugging the cable to test it. Because it's so far back there, so I just plugged in. I just hit the button and just disable it. But yeah, no, it works. It works fine. I mean, the duty cycle I've put on this thing is absolutely enormous, and it's worked just fine. So I recommend these Casa switches all day long. And I bought so many of them. So I have, let's see, I have downstairs. I have 1 in the network closet, 2 in the garage. 3 up here to control my lights on my ceiling, so I can use Home Assistant to turn my lights on and off in the bedroom. And I just created Stream Deck command. So I have a Stream Deck command that just runs a Python script. That Python script connects and tells, you give it the name, you give everything a name. You can do it by IP address, host name, or just name of the device, and it'll send out a broadcast packet to the network, and then whichever device with that name will pick it up and do the command. I will say they're not highly secure. Don't expect like crazy security or anything. Like if somebody's on your local area network, like definitely use a firewall, because if you allow people to access these things over the internet, they can absolutely control them. There's no authentication. You literally just send it the encrypted packet and it gobbles it up and does it. Hey, take it easy, Adam. Thank you for stopping by. And again, thank you for hooking me up with the cameras, bro, and helping me set it up. I'm going to try to get the other 2 cameras set up here in the next couple of days. Yesterday, I was laid up, though, the whole day. He said he's going to go find a supermarket with fresh sausage. Ladies.
Ooh, nice.
Said might have to drive back to Jerry's Safeway just for the sausage. I know everybody's like migrating to my little town's Safeway because it's like the only one that's got power in the area. Hopefully you can find some other stores that got power though. I wonder if the QFC up on what is it, Redmond Ridge or whatever? I wonder if that has power up there. You might want to check that out too. QFC has tastier stuff. Are they UL listed? Shit, you're asking the wrong person. I have no idea.
Yeah, they are. These the ones you're talking about. The
Casas. Yeah. Did they say UL?
They're by TP Link. So like.
I mean, TP-Link is a really well-known company.
Yeah. It's just their home products.
Yep. It says they were okay. So it says designed and developed in Silicon Valley. CASA is trusted by over 5 million users, being the reader's choice for PC Mag 2020. So they've been around for years. And it says they are UL certified.
Yeah.
So UL certified, 15 amp. They're also compatible with Apple HomeKit. They're compatible with Home Assistant. Because I use them directly. With Home Assistant has a plugin that just directly uses them, so you don't have to use any scripts or anything. You just add the plugin, it finds all the devices on your network and just installs them, and then you can script whatever activities you want. Dude, cool. You're gonna want to play with Home Assistant. Home Assistant, like throw it in a Docker container or boot it up under a VM. It is magical software, dude. It just so you don't realize like how much control you have over your house and how many things you can get to play together that were never designed to play together using something like Home Assistant. Dude, it's wild. It's wild. Like one of the coolest things I did, it's really stupid too. So I have 3 computer screens that are TVs, right? Yep. So I have 4 50-inch cheap-ass Vizio 4K TVs, and they each have their own RF remote. So you either have to use 3 different remotes to turn each one on because they don't have a power button. There's no power button anywhere on these things. They're remote only. So, or you can spend $9 and buy this little thing, and it's an IR remote so that you can point it at each screen and turn it on, but you have to get really close. Because if you back up too far, then it'll only turn on like 2 of the screens, or it'll turn off one and turn on another, and then you're sitting there fighting trying to get them all 3 on or all 3 off, right? So here was my solution. I just went into home automation and added the Vizio plugin to Home Assistant, and it automatically found all 3 screens. It said, "Hey, do you want to add all 3 screens?" I said, "Yeah." And now I have it rigged so I can just either push a button on my Stream Deck to turn the screens on and off, or I have it set up that if I power on any one of the 3 screens, so it doesn't matter. So like with the RF remote or this remote, I just power on one screen by putting up close, the other 2 turn on.
Hey,
or if I turned off, the other 2 turn off like within a second or 2. It's really, really cool.
That's very cool.
And I'm not using any kind of like smart plug to turn them on or off. It's literally using the Vizio protocol that the phone uses for controlling the TVs. So I was like, dude, that's really cool. And not only that, it also works with tons of other TVs. So it found the Samsung TV in the living room, and it found the Samsung TV in the bedroom. So I added some plugins to it to do some really trick shit. So like if somebody walks up to the front door, this is really cool. So if somebody walks up the front door, I have a Ring doorbell, right? So my Ring doorbell with a module that I added to Home Assistant from GitHub, what it does is normally your Alexa, or if you have an Alexa in the house, it says, "Hey, somebody was detected at the front door." Like if you trigger the Ring doorbell. Now what I have it do is connect to the TV upstairs, my left screen, and the screen in the bedroom. It says, it checks, it runs a script. It says, "Is TV on?" And if TV is on, switch it to the Apple TV input. And then under the Apple TV input, start streaming a video feed from the Ring doorbell directly to these 2 screens. And it uses like a multiplexer. So the Ring thinks it's sending the stream to the app on the phone, but what it's really doing is sending it to a fake intermediary plugin that splits it off into the 2 TVs so that I can see the live video feed on both screens. And it only does it if the screens are on. So if I'm in the bedroom and I have the TV on and somebody walks up to the front door, I get a live view of the person on my front porch. Isn't that cool?
Very cool.
So and the same thing upstairs. If I'm on my computer and the screen is on, it just flips it over to the input. It shows me the live video, and then I just pick up the remote and go back to the PC input when I'm done watching it. So shit like that is cool. That's like a home assistant allows you to like piece things together that are never meant to work together. Like, and I love it. Cool. I absolutely love it, dude. Anything you can think of, you can get that shit to work. Dude, is it really already 2?
Yep.
My God, dude. How the shit did it fly so bad?
I know, it went really fast.
Oh my
I was
God.
surprised too.
I don't do we hit a single topic?
I think so. Didn't we? Did we talk about
Did we talk about OpenAI accidentally deleting training data?
No, we talked about Google selling Chrome, and I guess that might not have been an actual topic that was like submitted.
Speedrun. Intel's downfall. So Intel apparently is having a lot of corporate problems, and
like
coming
internally.
And coming into the new administration, their chip foundry that they're building here is already having huge problems and setbacks.
Oh, wow.
And now Intel's like having some problems in apparently some other areas, and the upcoming administration is throwing some huge curveballs to their operation. So we were supposed to have domestic chip manufacturing capability at some point, but it looks like that's not going really according to plan, at least not on the right time schedule. AI replacing search engines. That was honestly, I was just going to talk about an article that I pulled up where they said that OpenAI and some other AI things are basically using the search engines, trolling all the search results, pulling them all into training data, and now people are becoming more accustomed to using AIs to search for the websites and the data that they're looking for instead of a search engine, and they're getting more effective results. And if you ever want to try this yourself, Copilot does this because Copilot uses OpenAI. OpenAI studies all the results from Bing and Google. So if you go to Copilot, which is free to use, and you say, hey, find me a website that'll teach me about how to do this with Windows, or find me a website that'll teach me about this, or find me a video that'll teach me about this, it will give you a direct link if you ask it to a website that'll give you exactly what you're looking for. So instead of like searching for shit and slogging through search results, you can get right to exactly what you're looking for by using like an intelligent question. So it's like Ask Jeeves basically, but it actually works.
Okay.
And then the last one was OpenAI accidentally deleting the training data. That was the one that you brought up because you said accidentally in air quotes, because apparently OpenAI is being sued for like training on copyrighted data. Do you want to take it from there real quick?
Yeah. So, I mean, that's the title kind of says it all. OpenAI claims it accidentally deleted the ChatGPT training data after publishers filed for copyright violations. So the feds are digging through, wanted to dig through their training data to see about what data they're using to train the models and stuff, because like everything from YouTube videos to full on books, like the whole thing.
It's so obvious.
Fucking Sam Altman came out and said, like, if we had to pay for all of this stuff, if we followed like copyright law, we'd be broke. Like we wouldn't have a sustainable model. They don't have a sustainable model as it is. Like they're not making a profit by any means.
No.
But yeah, I guess here, just this paragraph, to put it simply, OpenAI is accused of deleting the evidence or research conducted by the experts from the New York Times. They have a whole official letter with just a bunch of whatever. It's a lot of words. But yeah, it says OpenAI was able to retrieve the deleted data, but in a format that cannot be used legally, making it unsuitable in the case of copyrighted materials. And like, I don't know, man. It's just it's crazy. It says OpenAI agreed to provide 2 virtual machines so that counsel for the Times and Daily News could perform searches of their copyrighted content in the AI training sets. In a letter, attorneys for the publishers say that they and experts they hired have spent over 150 hours since November 1st searching the training data. But on November 14th, OpenAI engineers erased all the publishers' search data stored on one of the virtual machines, according to the letter, which was filed with the district court and blah, blah, blah. So, like, what do you mean accidentally? Like, you set up 2 virtual machines specifically for them to go dig around in. This isn't like part of your normal work and shit. This is separate. This is a separate thing specifically for the purpose of them digging through this to look for their material.
Yep.
And how did you accidentally delete it? Like that, how is that not destruction of evidence? Like, come on, like they better get in trouble for that. And then, okay, so you did delete it. Make another fucking virtual machine then and let them start over. Like, it's a lot of fucking data. They said 150 hours that they've been scrubbing through this stuff, but like, and then they say, oh yeah, we retrieved the data, but it's in a form that can't be used legally. What the fuck does that mean? Like, I'd love to dig more into the details of this, because like, that the recovered data is unusable and that an entire week's worth of its experts and lawyers' work must be redone. Like, blah, 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 information for searches, news Search terms corresponding to URLs.
They're about to get their asses handed to them.
Dude, I think, yeah, man, I think OpenAI is going to get nationalized or something. Because, like, dude, first off, there's no way. Like, again, the Sam Altman fucking admitted it. Like, yeah, we've scraped what not publicly. It's like publicly available, but that doesn't mean you get to just use it for anything you want. Like, YouTube channels have been brought down for this sort of thing, like, and all kinds of stuff. So, like, it's just ridiculous to me. I don't know. They're gonna get in trouble. They have to. It's just taking forever, and I don't know.
You know what I think? I think when the new administration comes in with Elon having so much power and hating Sam so much, OpenAI's days are numbered. OpenAI is just going to get sanctioned to fuck. They're going to get so many weird laws against them and regulations against them. Just they're going to be coming at them. That's why they've been like really sucking up. If you've noticed lately on social media, they went from being like hugely anti-Trump to, oh, congratulations, sir. We look forward to working to the future. Microsoft's just like choking on them.
Everybody's trying to fucking
Mark
save their ass.
Cuban and everybody's just sucking on that wang. Oh my God, trying to save themselves. It's going to be interesting. AI is going to be interesting. So I just fear that Grok is going to get is going to get special treatment now, and the new administration. It is by far the worst AI, and it trains on nothing but copyrighted data because it just trains on posts on X that aren't checked at all, and everybody can post copyrighted shit and all kinds of shit. So it's going to be a wild ride, guys. This is going to be AI. The wild ride is still accelerating. The video shit's getting nuts. Have you seen some of the video shit
that's
now?
Crazy. Yeah.
I just a couple of them showed up under Poe, and I started playing around with them. And I'm like, oh my God, the shit I'm getting out of them. I'm like, dude, 6 months ago it wasn't anywhere close to this. So it's just a matter of time before like half of YouTube is just videos. You can't even tell if it was like somebody clever making it in Unreal Engine or Blender, or somebody just typed a clever prompt and posted it and got a viral video. It's gonna be wild. All right, well, let's get you out of here, bro. I don't want to keep you any. I don't want to keep you any later. I want you to enjoy your weekend.
Right on. Okay, thanks everybody. Have a good time. Have a good day, weekend, and all that stuff. Hope everything is good and bright and shiny for y'all. As always, I'm AuxxZillary everywhere. Man, I gotta figure out the end of this thing is all loose.
Mine is too. I moved. I got rid of the arm. The arm was like all fucked up, so I just took it off. Mine did the exact same thing.
Hey man, it's like a $15 freaking thing on Amazon. I'm surprised it lasts this long. So
it'll be fine. You'll be.
I'm AuxxZillary everywhere. Blue Sky, X, YouTube. It's all the same.
Yeah, I've been loving Blue Sky. If you guys aren't on Blue Sky, please get a Blue Sky account and come over and follow us both on there. I'll put both links in chat after you're gone, so they can come follow us both.
Right on. So have a good day. Bye everybody. Bye.
Later. And he's gone. Now we can talk shit. No, I'm just kidding. I'll hang around for a little while longer. I'm still doing okay. I didn't even sleep last night, guys. Usually I sleep like an hour or two before Tech Talk, but I was hurting so bad last night. I just laid in bed and just held Miss Barnacules and made her really comfortable so she could get a little bit of sleep so she could wake up and make me a coffee this morning. She made me a coffee and a biscuit. She's just so sweet. I won the lottery with her all day long. Vader's luxurious nuts has not forgot that I'm supposed to suck his toes, and I don't think he's ever going to forget that now. At some point, I'm probably going to have to suck them toes. Hey, a deal's deal. Hey, Bradley Smith, he said, AI still has a problem with contrast. Most images and videos are just a gray tone. You'd be surprised. There's a couple that do a pretty good job without the tones getting too crazy, but I see what you mean. There are quite a few that do have a tendency to go with like a cartoonish, heavily saturated palette. But then again, depending on the prompt you use, you can train that out in a lot of cases. My Blue Sky account blew up too, dude. I'm already up to, let me see, what am I up to? I haven't even looked in like a couple days. Yeah, I'm 2,300 followers already. I literally went from 500 followers to 1,000 in a week, and then 1,000 to 2,000 in like 4 or 5 days. And then I picked up another like 500 or so in the last couple of days. So yeah, it's been a steady walk. I also like that I have a verified account. Like, you don't have to pay for verification on Blue Sky. Like, check this out. This is my link. If you guys are on Blue Sky, give me a follow over there. That's where I post most now. So you'll notice that my account name is barnaculesnerdgasm.com, and that's because I verified my domain. Unlike X, where you have to pay Elon Musk $9 or $27 or whatever, depending on whether you want premium or premium plus, which dictate how much further your posts get pushed up above everybody else's, because he doesn't believe in free speech. He believes in pay to win. You don't have that over here on Blue Sky. If you want to get verified and you own a domain, you just prove to them that you own the domain by adding a DNS record. They look at the DNS record that only you could create as the domain admin, and bing, bang, boom, your handle is now your domain name. It's beautiful. It's very, it's very good. Plus, yeah, the engagement, the analytics, everything's great. Super low amount of bots. I rarely see bots on Blue Sky. I see bots every single day on X. Even with 2,300 people on Blue Sky, I get more interaction with people I follow, and I engage with people way more than I do on X. Because on X, it keeps trying to force me to read tweets from people I don't want to interact with, that I don't follow. Whereas over on Blue Sky, it makes it incredibly easy to see the people that you follow and the people that follow you in chronological order as they're posting, instead of ranking people's posts and giving them social scores and either hiding them from your feed or pushing them down your feed based on whether Elon likes them or not, or whether they make him more money or not, or whether they're more advertiser friendly or not. So basically, Blue Sky became exactly what Twitter used to be, a true haven for free speech and anti-censorship. X went the complete other direction, just becoming Truth Social. So, and it's been absolutely amazing over there. And it's funny, like they actually handle tickets too. That's the thing I love about it. If you report accounts for breaking TOS on Blue Sky, that account's dealt with within like 2 or 3 days tops. That's like tops. On X, I've reported probably 1,000 bots over the last 6 months, and none of them have been removed. So their team isn't even looking at tickets. The tickets never get updated. Nothing. Death threats, nothing. It's absolutely garbage. So no, great place to be. So sadly, Elon Musk turned X into Truth Social. He did the exact opposite of what he promised. He said he was going to value free speech. He said he was going to be anti-censorship. He said that he was going to use community notes so that people could fact check and correct data. And then he went and disabled community notes on his own accounts and other accounts that frequently posted misinformation, as long as it benefited him to do so. So, and Elon said he was going to keep the company public, but he took it private so they didn't have to answer to any of the investors and can unilaterally control anything he wants without any oversight from the public or investors. So yeah, anyways, Elon really fucked everything up, and Blue Sky is picking up the pieces. So, and so far, dude, after the election, they have been having on the order of 1 to 2 million people a day moving from X over to Blue Sky. It's wild. It's like orders of magnitude more migration than there's ever been in the past. So this app is just getting freaking supercharged right now. I shouldn't even call it an app. It's a website, right? And it's truly open source. Elon says that X is open source. It absolutely is not open source. If you go to GitHub, you can clearly see the source code hasn't been updated in over 16, 17 months. And when it was last updated, it wasn't even the latest source code that was running on the servers. However, if you go look at the source code for Blue Sky, all of the source code is published. All the new changes are published. There's a beta branch that has all the changes even before they go to production. And you could even download the code and create your own social media network using Blue Sky's code, because it's truly open source. Larusso said, who did you vote for? Oh, Kamala Harris, 100%. 100%. There's no way I could vote for somebody that did January 6th. Like, no way. Like a convicted felon and a rapist. Like, these are things that were actually adjudicated in court with a judge, with a jury of peers, with his lawyer helping to select the jury pools. All the crimes he committed beforehand. It's like, no, I'm not interested in voting for an absolute fucking criminal just because he promises to give me a couple bucks and, like, you know, kick 20 million people out of the country on our dime. Which, by the way, if you do the math, it's actually more expensive to deport 22 million people than just actually just keep them here. It's kind of funny that it worked out that way. But anyways, you know, people can vote for whoever they want, though. I just personally would not vote for somebody that has said as many bad things as him, who has raped a woman, who has committed so many criminal actions, somebody who has abused the Supreme Court to dodge accountability for anything. Yeah, but hey, you know what? He won the election, so I mean, feel free to celebrate, but it's not going to last very long, because unless you're in that top 1%, you screwed yourself, you know? It's like he's already shown from the people that he's putting in his cabinet that, yeah, if you're one of the normies like us, and you thought that, you know, just because you praised him and you pushed him, that he's somehow going to spare you or show you any kind of mercy. No, no. You just get put in the same pile with the rest of us. And now that he got the vote and he got the power he needs, he doesn't have to do jack shit. But yeah, it is what it is. We just have to deal with it. Thank goodness I'm in a blue state, though. I'm in the blue state, right? I'm up here in the corner of Washington, right on the Canadian border with Fort Lewis McChord. So we have one of the biggest Navy bases, Air Force bases. We have the Puget Sound Naval Shipyard that services all the nuclear submarines. We have Bangor that houses the nuclear submarines. We have the 2 B-2 bombers that are posted up at Fort Lewis. So, you know, we got a really good deal up here. So we should be able to hold out pretty good. So, I mean, Cheese Fest. I mean, I'll just ask because I'm just curious, quite frankly. So why are you a big fan of somebody who election denied, got somebody killed on January 6th, said that Pence gets what he deserves for just following the law? Like, what's the like about that? Like, I mean, do you like the raw power of somebody who just takes what he wants and does whatever he wants to women without consent and just doesn't follow any laws or any rules? Somebody who loves, you know, Nazi generals and thinks that Putin's leadership is something that we should like aspire to be. Like, what is that? Is that what you like about him? Like, what do you like about him? Is he just funny? Do you like him because he's just funny? I'm curious because I when you ask people like why they like him, they're like, oh, I really like him. It's usually because it's like, oh, I like his character on The Apprentice, or I like how he talks, or I like how he tells the truth. And it's like, but he doesn't though. Like, he doesn't actually tell the truth. It's like a lot of his lies are absolutely documented. You know, and then they'll be like, oh, I didn't like Brandon because he sniffed some hair. And it's like, yeah, but Trump literally raped a woman. Like, which is worse? Even if it's true, which is worse? Sniffing hair, even with like the most sexual desires ever, or like physically raping a woman? It's just false equivalency out the ass. So, yeah, but Biden isn't even running, which is funny. Like, a lot of them talk about Biden still like he was running. It's like, Biden didn't run. Biden had to step down, man. His mental noodle was not up for the job. Neither was Trump. They both aged out. So, Real Saint said they're hoping that Trump lowers the age of consent to 12. I mean, Trump's going to lower and change whatever he can to try to make himself look like all the bad things he did that were previously illegal are now just fine, right? Because bad people, you know, like bad people. That's kind of how it works, right? So, yeah, Retro, my bitch, you're right. Shitty people always like shitty people. Ain't that the truth? Josh, when was he found guilty of rape? Eugene Carroll. He was found responsible for her sexual assault, and the judge even clarified that in the state their law of sexual assault that he was charged with in every other state is considered rape. So forcive penetration by fingers without consent. So, but yeah. Anyways, but even without the rape, I mean, still on January 6th, he got that Ashley Babbitt killed, and you know, while claiming that she was while also claiming that she was Antifa, and then saying that everybody in the building that was attacking everybody and calling for Mike Pence to be hung were Antifa, yet he's going to let them all out of jail, even though they were prosecuted for being the people that did that with video evidence. But so which is it? Are they BLM, or is he freeing them because they're his people and heroes? Like, the same group of people are being labeled as both depending on the audience he's talking to. It's just bizarre. I know, Tampon Tim. Is that the best you guys can do? No, it's funny, dude. The false equivalency shit cracks me up. It really does. It's kind of scary because it's like you have somebody who literally admits to rape. Like, somebody who even went on Howard Stern is like, I go in the girl's locker room and I look at them naked and they can't do nothing about it. They have to let me inspect them because I own the place. Who are they going to talk to? You know, and they even say, oh my God, you're a predator. They call him a predator. And he's like, yeah. You know, the guy that's like, yeah, what do you and your daughter have in common? Oh, I think it's business. His daughter's like, oh, I think it's business or whatever. I was going to say it's sex. Because we're both good at sex. I mean, Jesus Christ, dude, right? It's like the shit that people, like the veil they put over their face to ignore the shit he says. And then they get outraged that it's like, oh, Biden sniffed some hair. So somehow that completely excuses Trump forcibly penetrating a woman and then bragging about it on the Access Hollywood tape, then bragging about it again during his deposition under oath, and then bragging about it on Howard Stern and admitting to all the bad shit that he's done and how much of a predator he is, and talking about Jeffrey Epstein and how they're buddies. Now he likes him young. Like, how the fuck does he know that? You know, it's just weird. It's like the false equivalency shit is nuts, man. But I guess if you're going to vote for a monster, you have to, if you're going to vote for a monster. Oh, Mo World, yeah, no, he didn't get that you were making fun of him for the whole tampon, the tampon joke. Oh, well. For the TP-Link plugs, is Casa or Tapo better? The Casas are cheaper, and they have a wider range of products. Tapo is the newer technology, though, and I believe it's supported by, like, one other device. I think Tapo is, like, directly supported by Apple or Amazon. I can't remember what, but you can always use a shim or a proxy to get it to work with anything using Home Assistant, so it doesn't really matter. But the Tapos are a little bit smaller. They're a little bit newer, but they use a completely different protocol. The TP-Links have been around longer. There's more devices, I think, for the TP-Links, and they're cheaper. Because the TP-Links, you can get for a 4-pack for $20 on Black Friday. The Tapos, you only get about 3 for like $18 to $20. So I personally still would go with the TP-Links myself. However, they're both good. They're both great. Jack Henderprenny said, "Damn, Barn, we got a bunch of deplorables in here today." Well, of course we do. It is how it is. When you have a group of people that are literally defending a rapist, I mean, there's not really any logic to be had there. There's no debate to be had there. There's no, all they can do is come in and try to draw false equivalencies that aren't even there, but it is interesting to see, right? It's like seeing the old TDS at work. Which is funny because it's like they're the ones that use the word TDS. Like everybody else doesn't use TDS. And it's funny because they use it in a very projective manner, because by their very nature of accusing somebody of TDS, they are clearly having a derangement moment, not accepting like literally the facts. It's funny. They claim that they listen to Trump and they like what he says and that he always tells the truth, but then they conveniently get amnesia when he says all the wrong things. James Janus said the TP-Link, Casa and Tapo are both made by TP-Link. What do you mean get the TP-Link? Sorry, not TP-Link, the Casa. James, my bad, I misspoke. Casa. So TP-Link makes both of them. Casa and Tapo are two different protocols. So the Tapo are slightly smaller devices and they're slightly newer, but they have less support, like less devices in their arsenal, and I believe the devices have less features as far as like scheduling and stuff built into the plug. Like with Casa, you can actually like set up schedules for turning on and off and everything, and store it in the plug as a part of the command to it, and then you don't have to do anything else. However, and I haven't played with a Tapo directly yet, but I can tell you the Casas are fast. Like sending a command to a Casa to get it turned on or off is super fast. Like so fast that you could even sync it to music if you wanted to. It's pretty wild. I know, More World, isn't that crazy? He said they eat cats and dogs on live TV. It's literally like it was like the Onion or a Family Guy reference. And then he stood behind it and backed it up, even though he admitted on TV that it came from a single Facebook post from a person that hardly had any followers. Like he literally looked at a single Facebook post and even admitted during the interview, he's like, I saw it in a Facebook post that somebody shared with me. It's like, dude, you're literally basing your entire decision and you're literally backing it up over and over again and regurgitating it and causing all of these problems because of a single Facebook thing, instead of just admitting that you were wrong and it was a bad data source. It's just wild. Just fucking wild to me, man. Dude's a nutter. But I will say this, just from a purely logical perspective, regardless of whether you're in a red or blue state, just make sure you stock up on the things you need. Medications primarily, because medications are going to be hard to get your hands on when the tariffs shoot through the roof. And any technology that you've been eyeballing, most of the technology, even domestically produced, is going to contain components from China. So with a few exceptions, just know that we don't build 99% of the shit that comes from China domestically because it's too expensive. And even with the tariffs, if we did produce it, we would still be way over the cost of the Chinese with the tariff, even with 200-300, even up to like 1,000% in many cases. So we're going to be paying the tax. So just try to get a hold of the shit that you need beforehand. It'd be smart. And then hopefully after 6 months, maybe some sense will get talked into him and he'll back off of the tariffs when he realizes that it's actually tanking the dollar. Real Saint said the Onion buying InfoWars is hilarious, though. Oh my god, is it hilarious? I still can't believe that went through. Like, I know that he challenged it with the judges. The challenge still going through, or did the challenge get denied? Because the greatest part about the Onion buying InfoWars is that they were able to leverage the debt of the people, the victims, that Alex Jones owed money to that he had no intention of paying him because he didn't have the money. The judge allowed them to leverage their debt towards the sale. So basically Alex Jones gets like almost nothing for InfoWars because they bought it with debt. It was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I loved it. James Janus said, I owe one cost a product and want to thank you during Tech Talk. I asked for tips on how to use a computer less. You recommend smart plugs and got the cost of HS300 6-port smart strip. Rock on, dude. Yeah, AI is really good at writing code too for the cost of devices. Really, really good. Yeah, Josh, that does suck. The ADHD meds, we can usually only get a 30-day supply. Same thing for most pain medications that are opiate-based. So, but there are a lot of medications like gabapentin. You can get a multi-month supply. Blood pressure medicine, diabetes medicine, insulin, stuff like that. The things that literally are needed to survive. That's the shit that you should try to stock up on for sure. Let's see here. That's what happens when you get prescribed legal meth. Josh, wait, what did Josh say? Oh, yeah. Okay, you were talking about the 30-day supply. Yeah, no, they have to, they definitely have to put a limitation on that shit because it would get abused so bad otherwise. Let's see here. John Hess said KAUF makes ESP Home-based plugs that connect via Wi-Fi. Since it's an ESP32 device, you can customize the firmware. Ooh, that's cool. I've never even heard of these guys. So it's called ESP Home? ESP Home? Do they sell them on Amazon or do you have to like buy them through a special site? Let me go look these up. I haven't seen it because I love ESP32 based devices because like it doesn't get any more flexible than that. So it's ESP Home. And what are they? KAUF? Let me look this up. KAUF. Oh, they're too expensive though. Damn. Yeah, these guys are a little expensive. So yeah, they're $12.99 per plug or $44.99 for 4 plugs. So they're roughly twice the price of the Casa Switch. But the fact that it's an ESP32, honestly, that could be worth it. I like the form factor though. Here, let me put a link to these. I've never used them before, so I can't speak to them personally, but these are pretty badass. Like if they weren't so expensive. Cheese Fest said, you cracked me up, Barnacules. Hey, bro, I just speak the truth, follow the data, and follow the science. Ask Kevlar Condom. My mind is made up by the data. It always has been. It always will be. Wherever the data goes, that's where I go. If something changes, I change along with it. Because that way, if you follow that mentality, then the only people that can argue with you are people supporting a bad position. BB Junkie said, have you got any ESP32 dev boards? You can use them with ESP Home. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I've got several. Wait, is ESP Home, is that the plugin? I haven't tried it yet. Is that the plugin for Home Assistant where you basically can flash directly from the Home Assistant AI? You can just plug in an ESP32 and then through the COM port in the browser, it can actually flash the control code to it to operate whatever's connected to it. Because I haven't played with that feature yet, but it looked really badass. And ESP32s are dirt cheap. So you can buy shit. If you buy them overseas and you don't mind waiting for like the shipping, you can get like, ESP32s for as little as like $3 to $4 with the pins. Or if you just want the chip, like if you're going to be surface mounting it on something else, which is more of an advanced thing, you can get them for like pennies. So, BB Junkie, that's it. Okay, awesome. Adam, you run on 75% guesstimation and 25% information? I mean, hey, as long as it gets you there, if the guesstimation gets you to the point where you keep getting more information until you have the information, then you have 100% information. Well, you never have 100% of the information, but you get as close to it as humanly possible. Let's see here. Should do a stream messing with the ESP32 devices? Oh, I plan to. As a matter of fact, I wanted to do the ESP32 device with the temperature sensor live on stream, but this is my first time messing with an ESP32 using these sensors. I bought this big sensor kit that just has like 1 billion sensors in it. They're not labeled. They have no instructions with them whatsoever. So I wanted to play with it. Oh, Adam, you're saying I'm 75% guesstimation, 25% information? I disagree. But then again, we disagree on a lot of things, so that's not all that crazy. However, I will say that I was right about the F-150. Not in your eyes, but I was. I mean, it was a single cable, and I did say single cable, and I was right about being able to go up to 10 gig because I wasn't on a... Luckily, I didn't take your 100K bet, though, because I would have felt bad about that. I would have said no. I would have said put it towards all the stuff you've already given me, and I still owe you like another $75,000. Oh, the dog's in the car. I'm out. All right, take it easy, brother. Take it easy. Hey, Adam. Adam. You know I got to give you shit, man. Pod fam, brother, and all. You know, I can't be one of those guys that just sits by. We both got to learn something out of every situation. Otherwise, it's not worth it, right? Information is key. Plus, when we bicker about shit, we both end up learning something, whether we like it or not. BB Junkie said, I have a few ESP home boards here for the Bluetooth proxies using BLE thermometers all around the house. I do like low-power Bluetooth. You are on a GPON. It's just a SX GPON. Yeah. Like I said. You said that the GPON could not support 10 gig. You didn't say that that I was possibly on a newer GPON that supports 10 gig. The fact is, I said that my thing did support 10 gig, and it does support 10 gig. I never said it was a GPON even in the beginning. I was just telling you what it could support, and what I was told turned out that was right. So, Adam, simmer down. Calm the titties. Take them titties and calm them. Caress them and calm them. You're still my bro that I go to for all the information that I need. But I don't feel right, and not defending my position when I am right on the things that I am talking about. GPON can't, G means gig. I never said GPON. You were the one that said I was on a GPON. I never said I was on a GPON. I didn't even know what a fucking GPON was. I just said what it supported. You told me what I had to have and what it supported. It turned out being wrong. And I was right. It does support up to 10 gig. Yes, it's some other technology, but I didn't know GPON or SX GPON or whatever it was. I'm just saying. Adam and I love being right. And it's funny because a lot of the times we go back and forth and we end up both being right from our positions, but then we assume the other person has a different position. Like with the F-150, it was just like, it can, if your power goes out, your truck can run your home through the same cable that's plugged into it. But Adam's like, oh, it's two separate cables, but they're inside of the same connector at the same handle that you plug into the vehicle to charge it at home. So technically, we were both right. Correct. I didn't know what a GPON was. That's why I'm saying you can't keep using the position of, oh, it's not an SX GPON, because I didn't say what it was. I said what it was capable of. I was going by capabilities, not technology. See? I was just telling you what it supported, and it turned out supporting it. Now, Adam, your dogs are in the car. Go to Safeway and get your sausages, my man. I love you. I love you, bro. I'll always look to you to data. But I'm also going to defend myself when I'm right. Even if I'm only partially right, I will defend my partial rightness. Thoughts on a new Mac before Trump's tariffs? Well, considering that the Macs are manufactured in China, I would definitely get a hold of that before the tariffs for sure. Retro Okami said, I wouldn't suggest pushing a higher dose so you can break the pills in half for a higher stock. No, never. Vacuum sealing too to preserve them. Never do that. Well, yeah, I would just keep them in the bottles stored at the temperatures that are suggested in a nice dry place. Some medications can be refrigerated, others can't. What about now vacuum sealing? That's something that I've never really heard. Why would it be bad to vacuum seal a medication? Out of curiosity. The truck is not providing AC. That's what I said. The truck is providing wait, AC. No, I'm saying the power goes back to the house. I never said AC or DC. I just said it's cool that you plug the truck. Did I ever specifically in the beginning say AC? Because all I said is that you plug the truck into the charger, and if your power goes out in your house, it can take over and power your house. You don't have to do anything. Again, I wasn't talking about the technology. I was talking about the capability, and it turned out I was right. You were the one that said it was two separate cables, and then you had to plug a cable from the back into like a Gen-Trans switch because you couldn't feed power both ways. We were both right, though, because I did say that the truck can just power the house, and it is through the one handle that you plug in to charge the car at home. I'm standing my ground. It is what it is. We're both right. Josh FSD said everybody loves titties. Everybody should love titties. Titties are amazing. Titties are a very, very amazing thing. Graham said, know what was so funny watching all the standard Teslas the last 2 days? Womp womp. Oh, the stranded Teslas. Wait, what happened? Because the power outage, they couldn't charge. Actually, Adam's good charge though. Adam, you're I know he's still here. Adam won't be able to walk away because me and him are both the same when it comes to this shit. Hey, Adam, your generator is like mega kilowatts, right? Can't your generator charge your car? Because technically he's a natural gas generator, so that thing can just run nonstop 24/7, except for when you need to stop it occasionally for an oil change. So I'd imagine that he could charge his Tesla off that no problem. I'm actually surprised like his neighbors weren't coming over and like trying to like, you know, bum electricity off of his charger for their Teslas, because you know like everybody up there probably has a Tesla. Vader's Luxurious Nut said, did you end up trying the new flight sim yet? No, not yet. Not yet. I will say this though. Polyphony just dropped the update for the PlayStation 5 Pro for GT7. It's fucking amazing. The graphics are so much sharper. The ray tracing doesn't look all blocky and broken up in VR anymore. Now it looks proper. The lighting is phenomenal, but like the interiors, everything from the gauges and everything are so sharp. Like you can really tell how much of the resolution was being left on the table from the PSVR 2. So now it makes sense why Sony built the PlayStation 5 Pro. Like it really shines in two departments, and that is really making PS4 games look really good. I played a PS4 game on it last night, this like cooking game, and it really brought up the graphical fidelity on it. It was like this cooking game that I got from Miss Barnacules and Xander. They both really love it. I wish I could remember the name of it. But no, it's freaking phenomenal. Freaking phenomenal GT7 update. So I can't wait to see what other updates they do in the future, because now in GT7 you can play in ray tracing priority mode. It never feels like it's dropping any frames per second. You don't see any foveated rendering effect. I used to notice it off and on, not a lot, but off and on I'd notice it on the original PlayStation. Now you don't notice that anymore, but the resolution is so sharp and so crisp. Being able to read like the license plates on the cars and the models on the cars and the textures and stuff, it's just so good. It's so good. Vader's Luxurious Nut said, does the PS5 Pro make the PS4 games hit 60 frames per second at all? I didn't check the FPS specifically in the PS4 game that I played, but it looked super smooth. But then again, no, and I had my TV had the dithering effect turned off. So yeah, it must have brought up the frame rate. Because I think it does like an adaptive thing, does it not? Like the PS5 Pro has like its version of DLSS. It's not DLSS, but like their own version of it, like the dynamic resolution, where it takes like lower resolution. There's AI upscaling, which looks absolutely beautiful. Mo World said Adam versus Barn on Netflix. Now let's be realistic here. I just like playing with Adam. Okay, I like to mess with him because I feel like a lot of people won't. I feel like a lot of people aren't close enough to him that they can actually hold their ground and they can actually like take a position in an argument and hold their stance and push back. Because let's be fair. I mean, Adam has 2 doctorates. He's an incredibly brilliant person. I defer to him on everything. Like he's literally my human, like source of all knowledge in the universe when I really need something I can trust. But at the same time, I like to stand my ground when I'm right on something, and if I don't specifically state the technology and I'm only stating a capability and I'm right in that capability, no matter how many times you try to twist the technology to fit it, which is fine. He is right. Like the technology is correct. It's not going through the same cable. It's not AC. It's going DC current and then being converted on the charger side with an inverter. But at the same time, it's like all I said is I like how the Ford Lightning can plug into your house. I wish more cars did this, including Tesla. I wish that you could just plug into your charger on your house, go to sleep at night, and then if your power goes out, your car just automatically feeds into the panel, clicks the GenTran switch over, and starts powering your house so that, your CPAP doesn't turn off in the middle of the night, or all the UPSs in your house beep all night until they go dead and then your CPAP turns off. That's all I said. I just thought it was really cool that it did that. And he said that it can't do that because that would be illegal, and that you'd have to run a second cable from like the bed of the truck from the 240 connector, into like a GenTran panel And I was like, no, it does do it all through one cable. Like, but he was right. There are 2 cables inside of the cable. There's the DC fast charger wires, and then there's the AC wires that go through that. And when it's feeding the power back to the house, the way they're getting around the backfeeding issue, which is against the law, is by sending DC back to the house and then using an inverter in the charger, like the special charger they sell with the truck. It comes with the extended range version automatically because that's like their selling point feature. And it just works, it just works. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like multiple people can be right on something. It doesn't always have to be a competition. But the neat thing is we both learned something. Like it doesn't have to be 2 separate cables. It's just one cable that has 2 separate cables going through it. Although I would have imagined that there was a lot of cables going through there anyways, seeing how thick that sumbitch is. Have you seen how thick those charging cables are? They're freaking insane. Do I have a flipper? Yes, I do. Right here. Right here. It needs to be charged up though. As a matter of fact, I'm going to unplug my DMX controller since we're not using it today. I'm going to plug in my flipper so I can start charging up because I want to fart around my flipper. I have to resist the urge to use some of the features on them. But yeah, no, Adam is an incredibly smart person. He's definitely been a huge wealth of knowledge. But as his brother from another mother, I have to push his buttons a little bit. Vader's Luxurious Nuts said, kinda unrelated, but we had an air show this year here in Finland, and Boeing was there loud and proud to commemorate the sale of a bunch of F-35s to Finland, breaking Boeing laughing my ass off. Oh, the F-30. So the F-35s are the ones we sell to other countries, and the F-22 is the one that's top secret, correct? I was trying to figure out which one, because I knew one of the 2 we don't sell to other countries. Because we consider it like top secret because it still has some features on it or something that we don't want other countries having. And plus it like costs way too much, so like nobody be able to afford it anyways. Real Satan said that's what friends do, push buttons. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, Adam can push some buttons too. Don't get me wrong. That dude, he knows how to push some buttons. It's like, it wouldn't be fun if we didn't both push buttons. Like that would just be annoying if we didn't both do it. Ian said, I am wondering if you eat this over in the USA. You mix egg whites and yolk, okay, and you dip slices of bread in it and fry it in oil. You know what that sounds like? That sounds like French toast, right? So do you put like cinnamon and stuff in it, or is it just egg whites and yolk, and then you dip the slices and fry it in oil? Because we do have something we call French toast where you add like cinnamon. I think it's cinnamon in there and nutmeg. But then you dip the bread in it soaks it up a little bit, and then you fry it in a pan. Although you don't fry it in oil, you use an oiled pan. Are you talking about like deep frying it like in oil, like where it's soaking in oil? Because I love French toast. French toast is absolutely amazing. Ian said the F-22 is USA only. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Oh, Retro Okami, he got back to me on that. He said, it's not bad to vacuum seal it. It was just not suggesting a way to double your ADHD prescriptions when you only have a 30-day supply for the same price because the FDA has tight restrictions. Oh, okay. Okay, well, first of all, you should never change your dosage without talking to your doctor first. And if you're going to titrate, let your doctor know so he can tell you what the proper titration schedule is. Trust me, I've made that mistake too many times where I was like, I'll just titrate on my own. I'll figure it out. And it ended up putting me in a bad situation. So try to always involve your doctor. And if you can't get a hold of medication, especially with something like gabapentin, like if you know you can't get a hold of medication and you only have a month or 2 left, like start titrating immediately. Just assume you're not going to get a hold of it in time because you do not want a cold turkey off of something like gabapentin after taking it for a period of time. Same thing with ADHD meds. A lot of people do not do well coming cold turkey off ADHD meds. Me, on the other hand, I've been lucky. I've literally just forgot to fill my prescription, like completely cold turkey coming off my 20 milligram XRs that I take or whatever. I just come off those like completely, and I just get tired for a couple of days. Some people get really severe headaches and shit though, so I was really fortunate to not have any problem with the gabapentin though. I do get a little bit of withdrawal coming off of that, but not as bad as a lot of people do. The Saab jets are 100. I think the Saab jets look beautiful, but I don't know what their capabilities are. Vader said the Saab Jazz 39 Gripen Was a badass jet to see in person though. Oh, Saab's design is gorgeous, right? Saab makes some of the most beautiful jets in the world. Josh FSD said, what are your thoughts on the MSFS 2024 release flop? Wait, what? Oh, was that what the person was talking about earlier where they said, did you try the new flight sim? Oh, I thought they were talking about something else. Wait, Microsoft released a 2024? Like, not an update for 2020, like a whole new flight simulator? I mean, that's news to me. Huh. Let me check. Hold on. Oh, yeah, by the way, I don't know. Did I post this link earlier showing you guys? Somebody showed me these cough power monitoring smart plugs. Oh, that's the other thing that these do that the cheap TP-Link Casas do not do. The cheap TP-Link Casas do not monitor power usage. So the Tapos do, I believe. Don't quote me on that. Double check it. But I believe the Tapos will give you like, you know, how many watts it's pulling, how many volts it's pulling, in the total current and everything like that. Whereas I believe the TP-Links don't give you that kind of information. You're ranked number 1 for weekly? Weekly on what? Oh, on the channel or where? I'm looking for it. Oh, you mean in the flight simulator? Never mind. So Flight Sim 2024, it's R. Holy shit! What? How did I completely miss them launching a video on a flight simulator? Wow. Oh, I haven't seen a Jay's 2 cents video in quite a while, so that's probably why I didn't see it. YouTube doesn't even show me his videos anymore. It's like really stupid. It doesn't even show him any of my posts on X. Anytime I ever tag him in anything, even on an active conversation, he can't see anything I say. But if it's ever anything important, I can just SMS him. Vader's Luxurious Nuts said, you should look up a quick vid of the Saab Gripen whine when it does a flyby. It's cool. So wait a second. Yeah, I'm still going networking guy. Probably not for too long though, because I'm really feeling it. I didn't get any sleep last night, so I'm like, I didn't even sleep a wink. It was like 7 a.m. I just snuggled up to Miss Barnacules, got her comfortable, and got her to sleep, and then I just basically like tickled her back for like 3 hours. Woke up and couldn't get to sleep. I like dozed off for a second, had a horrendous nightmare, and couldn't get back to sleep after that. Pretty typical. Did you know you can connect most UPSs to Home Assistant? I did. Yeah, even the old ones with Serial, you can connect. Like the really old ones. Which is really cool because then you can shut everything down gracefully without, you know, listening to it go beep, beep, beep until it goes down to 0 volts and like toasts your batteries. So I had no idea that Flight Sim 2024 came out. So, but it looks like everybody in chat saying 2020 is better. Like, what did they fuck up? Is it just buggy or is it like legitimately worse? Like, I find that kind of weird. Well, first off, I find it kind of weird that they released like a whole new flight simulator. Like 2020 is already like super badass. Why don't they just release new content for it? Why release a whole new flight simulator? Are they just trying to get money by like reselling the same thing again? Did they improve anything? Because it sounds to me like it's not as good as 2020 is what people are saying, the general consensus. Well, here, let me look. Let me look. Let me open up Xbox here really quick. I want to see. Hold on a second. Just had to let my bro know that I still love him. I just don't want him to be mad by me standing my ground. Because I love him to death, and I got to bust his balls because nobody else will. If I didn't have somebody to bust my balls, life would suck. No, I don't want to launch Xbox when I start my computer. Wait, did they update the whole Xbox app? It's asking me. I'm getting all this shit now when I'm over. Now it's trying to sell me like Black Ops 6. Everything looks different now. What the? Xbox now supports both friends and followers. I don't care. Add people you're following as friends. You are now following people who hadn't added you as a friend. Send them a request to become your friend. Oh, these are people that I'm friends with that aren't friends back? Okay, whatever. Send them a friend request. That's fine. New privacy settings. You have a new home, more coming soon. Deals. Yeah, they like changed everything. Do I get Flight Sim 2024 for free with the Game Pass? Let me go look. I might as well download it, right? All right. So Microsoft Flight Simulator. There it is, 2024. Okay, yep. $70 they charge for that shit if you don't have a monthly license. All right, well, I'm going to install this. I'm curious. So let's see here. So FS is the flagship product. Is FS 2024 more or less download more to stream, or did I miss something? Let's get Jerry in 2024. I think he can co-pilot one of our planes. What do you mean one of our planes? Wait, you can build planes in it? It's all cloud-based. Wait, what? Wait, so what is the point of... Okay, Flight Sim 2024 challenges. I'm very confused on this. So, okay, well, I'm going to download it. So here, let's see. Do I got enough space available? So Xbox games, I have 125 gigabytes available, or I can install it on my main drive. That has 1.2 terabytes available. Requires 50 gigabytes of disk space. I'll just put it on C. That's fine. All right. Install. Okay. Enable offline permissions. You can switch which device is offline enabled 3 more times. Want to play this game offline? You can set one device as your offline gaming PC and play games without an internet connection. I'll do it later. Okay. So it's installing. So, okay, I'm trying to figure out why they made this then. Like, what? So is it just Flight Sim 2020, but like streaming or something? Like, what's going on here? Okay, hold on here. So networking guy said it's a big improvement. They force less assists on you, and you can do cool missions with water tankers and skydiving.
Wolfston Yo tip $2. Sending some love to keep you cool and warm.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it, Wolf's Den. You're the man. You're the absolute man. No, I appreciate it. Also, thank you for letting me know my activity feed still works. I was starting to think it might have been froze up, and a bunch of people were not getting their messages read. I always get nervous about that when I don't see stuff for a while. Networking guy said, just like FS 2020, it does stream data while you game. Oh no, I expect that, right? You're not going to store the entire world's textures from the satellites on your local computer. That's going to be like, 20 terabytes of information or something. So you do have to stream to get that cool terrain stuff. So I'm trying to figure out though, like, what's different? Did they change the graphics? Did they change the engine? Does it support DX12? Does it better support like Nvidia features, or is it literally just the same engine as 2020, just with like added content so that they can resell it again? Because again, why wouldn't they just sell it as add-on content for 2020 if it's the same engine? Like, Vader's Luxurious Nut said there's also a DC-3 at the air show, and they were taking people up in the plane to ride. Too expensive for me, though. Oh, that would have been cool to fly on an old DC-3. So it's just like FS 2020. It does stream data. Okay, this is what I want to know. Let me ask some questions. So I want to ask some questions. First of all, watch your network usage as you're in game. Oh, I don't care. I got gigabit unlimited, no cap. So I don't care if it uses all the bandwidth in the world. It doesn't bother me a bit. But sadly, not everybody can say that. Not everybody has an internet provider that truly has unlimited with no throttling. So the framework is redone. It's like Forza 6 to Forza 7. Oh, I mean, that's a pretty big improvement. Like Forza 6 to Forza 7 was definitely noticeable. It's a whole new game technically from Osabo. Okay. All right. We'll play with it. We'll see what. Okay. So stream the graphics in, but their servers are shit slow and can't keep up. Oh, okay. Hold on. I think I'm getting the picture. Okay. So it's a new release. It's new graphics engine, new everything, new missions, new capabilities, cool shit. But the servers are having a hard time keeping up on launch, so everybody hates it. Is that about accurate? Like, people's complaints aren't with the game. Like, if it worked properly and the data streamed properly and it didn't have a bunch of bugs and glitches, people would love it, right? Is that the impression I'm getting? But people are mad in like 2020 better because it's a new release and it's unstable and their servers aren't keeping up. Does that sound about right? By the way, I'm already almost done downloading it. That's how fast my internet connection is. I just downloaded like 50 gigabytes in like absolutely no fucking time, right? Absolutely wild.
Joe Taji tipped $9.99. Hey Barnabud, been lurking enjoying the stream, still need to get the Steam Deck fixed, man, I miss playing Dirt 4 and Spider-Man lovers, ya face.
Oh, hey bro, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10 super chat. Absolute freaking legend. Woo! So what exactly is broken on your Stream Deck? I forgot what was broken on it. Okay, so Graham said bingo. Okay, so I nailed it, right? So like if everything worked as expected and the servers kept up with the streaming and everything and there weren't like glitches with like shit not downloaded, people would think that this was better than 2020. Okay, fair enough. All right, well, it's already downloaded. Let's see what we got. Okay, so explore the world with our largest fleet of aircraft and take simulation to new height while pursuing your aviation career with the Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. The standard edition includes over 65 aircrafts and 150 handcrafted airports. That's pretty cool. Wait, isn't that more aircrafts than 2020? I don't remember 2020 having anywhere close to 65 out of the gate. Okay, fly with purpose. Launch your aviation career wherever you choose in the world. Gain experience, build your reputation, and compete certification to gain access to authentic aviation activities ranging from medevac, remote cargo ops. Oh shit. Okay, aerial firefighting, search and rescue, and more, all the way up to becoming an airline passenger transport pilot. Okay, so this is like career-based sim too, not just flight sim. Set out on a truly global aviation adventure with virtually unlimited missions across the planet. Compete against other pilots in all new challenges, league mode, and hone your skills in dozens of activities, ranging from exciting rally races and precision landings to low altitude challenges and more. Fly head to head in iconic Red Bull air races and legendary Reno air races. Wait, no shit? Like you can get online and like join like actual air races with other players, not just like in 2020 where you just fly around together kind of doing whatever. Okay, this is pretty cool. Yeah, sadly I don't get Ultimate. Ultimate doesn't come with Game Pass, I don't think. Or does it? And I just didn't download it. Here, let me look here. Let's see here. Did I download the wrong one? Here, Microsoft Flight Simulator Ultimate. My guess is they're probably going to charge for it, right? Flight Simulator Ultimate. Oh my freaking god! What? Aviator Edition? Oh wait, do we get the whole thing with it? It says play. Like I literally have a button that says play on the $200 version Microsoft Aviator Edition. So does that mean I have the Aviator Edition or what? Ultimate is $199. Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at right now. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 Aviator Edition. And I have a play button, but I'm guessing that's just because I downloaded the lesser version. So now whichever one I click on, it's going to show a play button, right? It looks like there's a $129 one. There's a Game Pass bundle. Okay, Standard Edition. So I just downloaded Standard Edition, and now no matter which one I click on, they all have a play button. So there's no like upgrade or pay to get it. Huh. I don't know. I guess I'll just have to like click play on it and see what it says, right? Let's see here. I think you said it was a Framework laptop, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, are you asking what laptop I have? You said, how does the laptop you have work? Does it remain pretty cool when it is playing games, and how much does it cost? No, it gets really hot. Dude, it has to. Look at this thing. The thing has like AMD's highest end GPU, dedicated GPU, and look how thin it is. No, this sucker, if you're running it full tilt on GPU and CPU, She definitely puts out some therms. She gets really hot. But runs fantastic. Absolutely. And it gets rid of the heat well. Like it definitely, it doesn't thermally throttle hardly at all. Like when you push everything to its absolute limit. So they did a really good job of cooling. It is loud though. Like honestly, if you're in a quiet room and you're playing, you want to put in headphones. If you're maxing out the GPU. How much does it cost? I'd have to go look at what current pricing is. I'm sure they have like some probably Black Friday deals going on or something like that. But I want to say like the base 16 is like 1,300 or something like that last time I checked. Oh, did the camera freeze? Hold on, I'll fix it. Give me a second. Gibbers me a second. Deactivate, activate. And am I back? There I am. All right, I gotta turn off the AC because the AC is stuck on. Hold on. Microsoft Flight Simulator fucked the stream. Oh my god! Wait, did it freeze again? What's going on? I haven't opened anything. Yeah, let me deactivate and activate again. Hold on. That's weird. Like just getting up and like walking away from the camera freezes it up. Oh. My previous message not to spam. Okay, James. What is my take on how companies make it mad easy to sign up for paid or digital services, but then you go to cancel and unsubscribe? It's near impossible. Need 50 links to obscure page. Actually, they recently passed legislation to make that illegal, if I'm mistaken. I think that was something like that was a win. I don't know if it's gone into effect yet, but here, let me see if I can look it up really quick. Here, let's see here. Make it easy to cancel services. Here we go. Aha, I found it. Okay, so on October 16, 2024, the Federal Trade Commission announced a final click-to-cancel rule, making it easier for consumers to end reoccurring subscriptions and memberships. So here's a link to it. It's funny that you bring that up because we just talked about this probably like 3 or 4 Tech Talks ago, and we were like celebrating the shit out of this because it's amazing. I don't know when it actually goes into law, though. So it says the Federal Trade Commission today announced a final click-to-cancel rule that will require sellers to make it easy for consumers to cancel their enrollment as easy to cancel their enrollment as it was to sign up. Most of the final rules provisions will go into effect 180 days after it is published in the Federal Register. Too often, businesses make people jump through endless hoops just to cancel a subscription, said Commissioner Chair Lena M. Khan. The FTC's rule will end these tricks and traps, saving Americans time and money. Nobody should be stuck paying for the service they no longer want. The commission's update rule will apply to almost all negative option programs in any media. The rule also will prohibit sellers from misrepresenting any material facts while using negative option marketing. Let's see here. Requiring sellers to provide important information before obtaining customers' billing information and charging them. And require sellers to get customers' informed consent to the negative option features before charging them. The final rule announced today is part of an FTC's ongoing review of its 1973 negative option rule, which the agency is modernizing to combat unfair and deceptive practices related to subscription, membership, and other reoccurring payment programs in an increasing digital economy where it's easier than ever for businesses to sign up customers for their products and services. Commission approval and publication follows the March 2023 announcement of a notice of proposed rulemaking, which results in more than 16,000 comments from consumers and federal and state government agencies, consumer groups, and trade associations. While negative option marketing programs can be convenient for sellers and consumers, the FTC receives thousands of complaints about negative option and reoccurring subscription practices each year. The number of complaints has been steadily increasing over the past 5 years, and in 2024, the commission received nearly 70 consumer complaints per day on average, up from 42 per day in 2021. The final rule will provide a consistent legal framework by prohibiting sellers from misrepresenting immaterial facts made while marketing goods or services with a negative option feature, failing to clearly and conspicuously disclose material terms prior to obtaining a customer's billing information in connection with the negative option feature, failing to obtain a customer's express informed consent to the negative option before charging the customer, and failing to provide a simple mechanism to cancel. This is the one you're talking about. A simple mechanism to cancel the negative option feature and immediately halt charges. So let's see. Does it say when it'll go into effect? The Federal Trade Commission works to promote the competition and protect and educate consumers. The FTC will never demand money, make threats, tell you to transfer money, or promise you a prize. Oh, it's basically telling you how to avoid any scams. Yeah, so it doesn't say the commission vote approved publication of the final rule in the Federal Register.
Tipped $5. Thank you for being you, man.
Oh, thank you, Pats fan. I appreciate it. Well, I only know how to be me, man. I don't know how to be anybody else. You know? So I'm the only guy I know how to be, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. Woo! All right, so I'm trying to figure out when this goes into effect. So with Commissioners Melissa Holyoke and Andrew N. Ferguson voting no, Commissioner Rebecca Kelly Slaughter issued a separate statement, and Commissioner Holyoke issued a separate dissenting statement. Commissioner Ferguson dissenting statement is forthcoming. FTC staff has developed a fact sheet summarizing the change to the rule. The primary staffers on this matter is Kathleen Johnson in the FTC's Bureau of Consumer Protections. So, okay, I've got a link to the fact sheet. So why is this not in effect? Here, I'll link to it. Here's the link to the fact sheet that they created. It says this rule is helping the FTC get money back to people who are misled and addressing common problems. Sellers who don't tell the truth or leave out necessary information, people who get billed when they didn't agree to pay, or sellers who make it hard or impossible to cancel. Actually, the second one, the people who get billed when they didn't agree to pay, that would really screw Trump. Because remember when he did the email scam during his campaign, where he was basically telling people that they needed to click a link to help him or whatever, and then they were leading him to believe that they were giving him like $10 to like help with his campaign, and then they were enabling reoccurring charges without telling him and opting him into it, so that they were just getting charged every month and giving him no mechanism to turn it off. And there was like people that literally like gave him like $100, and so whatever you gave him, it would just take out that same amount every single month in perpetuity. Oh, that would really suck. That would really suck. Let's see here. Oh, David Hewlett messaged me. He said, I love the chatter, even if I can't be a part of it. Sorry I missed again today. Couldn't drag my sorry ass away. That's cool, though. Apparently, David, did you guys see David in chat at all? I think he was just lurking. But yeah, David Hewlett was lurking in chat today. Oh, God. My phone Casey thing is falling apart here. All right, there we go. Oh, man. I hope I can get some rest today, because I am CP. Damn it, Grandma. It says you sent me a message attachment, but phone link for some reason can't do video attachments yet, so I'll have to watch it on the phone after the stream. Was the video you sent me, was it something to do with Flight Simulator, or was it something else? Let's see here. James Janus said they need to remove the BS free trial payment crap. Oh, here's like a 1 week or 30-day or 6-month free trial. Go to sign up, must enter payment method. Yeah, no. And honestly, it sounded like the FTC ruled to get rid of that. So I don't know why these rules aren't in effect. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like they did this back in 2023. Why the hell is this not just like standard operating procedure right now? Anyone able to recommend a decent mechanical keyboard and an Amazon Black Friday deal on a tight budget lately? You know, honestly, I've been so freaking addicted to this Kinesis Gaming Freestyle Edge RGB keyboard. I don't even know what I'd do without it. Like honestly, if they stop producing, if they stop producing this keyboard, I'm screwed, because I am legitimately addicted to its layout. like it's funny because it's not even like a special layout. It's just like you sawed a keyboard in half, and this is what a keyboard should act like when it's sawed in half. But like having the space bar where it's supposed to be, and not having, and having the programming all be like in the keyboard, so you don't need any drivers or any software. You just basically mount a drive as a multi USB device, and then you access the drive and you use the little program they have to edit some like INFs or whatever on it, and then you just save it back to the drive on the keyboard. It reboots, and then you've got like your macro keys and scripting and everything, and it can do mouse and it can do keyboard macros and everything all in the keyboard. I fucking love this thing so much. Oh, David's been doing cool interviews with scientists? Oh, I'm going to have to go back and look. So, what the hell is this? I got a pop-up from OneDrive. It says, go back and look at your memories from November 23rd. And it's a picture of my TV in my bedroom with something says Fat Shake on it. What the hell is this? Let's get lazy. Fat shake. Let's get lazy. Oh, I must have been playing a video game or something. Oh, sorry guys. My brain is all over the place, so I'm probably gonna start spinning down here in a little while. Oh, I was trying to figure out if Adam was coming out my way or not. Because he said he was gonna go get some sausages. I'm curious if there's any stores in his area that have power now, because the power has been out. I think he got power back at his house. I'm not sure. I think he told me he got power back, but he was out of power for longer than us by like 2 days. And his neighbors, I think he knows people that are even out of power longer. And I know Redmond's still out of power. Woodinville, I think, was still out of power with their with the movie theater and everything down there. It's just crazy that power is out in all these areas that you think would have been like priority zero. Like I'm still kind of shocked, even though we had like more, we had an easier to fix problem out here. I'm actually really surprised that we got like some level of priority service, considering how spread thin all the resources were. When am I going to come visit and do some polar plunging with Vader's luxurious nuts? Hopefully one day I'm good enough to travel again, because I do miss traveling and going and doing stuff, man. I hate being pent up here, It's like I rarely even drive my car anymore. I went and looked at my car the other day. It's like the tabs have been expired for months. We just ordered new tabs for it because I just don't drive it often enough. Joe Taji, which probably leads to, I hate to say it, and it gives me anxiety every time I say it, but we're probably coming up pretty close on the STI getting sold, which that's going to be something where like once it's gone, I'm never getting that back. I'll miss her. It's been a great car. I'm going to try to enjoy it at least some more before I let it go, but hopefully not enough that I kill what last little bit of clutch is remaining, because if I kill that little bit of clutch, I'm not going to be able to sell it until I replace the clutch. That's just gonna come off the bottom line, because whoever buys it, as long as there's enough clutch in there, they're going to want to put a bigger clutch and a bigger tune on it anyways. Joe Taji, thank you for the $10 today. Barnacules been lurking and enjoying the stream. Still need to get the stream deck fixed. Oh shit, I totally missed that. You probably replied to that earlier when I asked you what was wrong with it. I completely missed that. Sorry, let me scroll back and see if I can find it. That was a while ago, huh? So Joe Taji, where are you? Why can't I see? This is another thing I like about Twitch, is I can just like click on a user, I can search them and go back to their previous comments, and I don't know how to do that in here. Let's see here. Bradley, no. Let's see here. Hey VR Gimp, how's it going? It's Akachi late this time. How are you, man? Exhausted. It's really hitting me hard right now. I'm so freaking tired, bro. I didn't sleep at all last night. I just powered through, so it's really starting to hit me. Shit. Let's see here. Vader's luxurious nut said, okay, here's a proposition. Oh, here we go. Instead of toe suck, I will gladly accept your framework laptop as sufficient payment. Nope, the framework laptop is going to be staying with me for years and years and years to come. I still owe them a review. My between my health and the shit that's been going on with the neighborhood here and the security cameras, and it's just been one nightmare after another. And I'm sad that I haven't gotten the review out yet. I'd hope to have a full review up on YouTube by now on the whole thing. It's just, god damn. I wish I could just catch a break for just long enough that I could actually whittle some of this shit down, especially with Christmas coming up. But yeah, if you guys are looking for a badass laptop, I'll tell you right now, the framework I'm going to have for years and years to come. It's actually the best laptop I've ever used. I love it. Absolutely love it. If OpenAI loses, doesn't that screw every AI? Oh no, not even close. Not even close. OpenAI is pretty much the back end for Copilot, so it'd put Microsoft in a rough situation. But even Microsoft like invested in a second AI called Mistral, right? So they even knew OpenAI could run into problems at some point, so they went and like, cozied up with one of their open source competitors. So no, I don't think. Even if OpenAI like totally gets the book thrown at them and get everything slows them down, and Elon uses his favor with Trump in office to like completely shit on OpenAI and destroy it and dismantle it and get it taken apart, I don't think that's going to hurt any other AIs, because most of the other AIs that are out are doing their own training. So, and they're not training off OpenAI. It's like, shit, if anything gets hurt, it'll probably be Grok, because Grok is basically like an early version of
Hysterio tip $2.
ChatGPT.
Tirzepatide 10 milliliters. Losartan B12 lipo shots.
Okay. Thank you for the $2, Hystario. I don't know what any of those things are. Well, B12, I know that's a vitamin shot. Are you saying those are things I need? Because I don't know what terzepatide is. I don't know what losartan is. B12, I do know what that is, but I don't. A lipo shot? Like what? Like liposuction shot? Isn't that usually sucking something out instead of putting it back in? Oh, I asked what meds you take for weight loss. Oh, yeah, that was a long time ago. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. Oh, badass, dude. Well, it's working. It's obviously working for you. Rock on, man. Have I used Highlight AI yet? I can't say that I have. Is that one I should be looking at? Actually, let me see. Is that one even in Poe? Let me check Poe here really quick. It's called Highlight. Let's see. Is it in here? No. I do not have access to a Highlight AI through Poe. So, is it a generative AI or an LLM? Let's see here. Did you hear about the DeepSeek R1? It's soon to be an open source Chinese O1 competitor. I said Siri, so it's listening to me. I was like, what the fuck? What is going on here? Why is it you it's talking to me, Ming? Let's see here. Have you used Highlight AI yet? I haven't. Guys, I think I just hit my wall. I think I'm gonna go downstairs, put on my CPAP, and get some sleep. Because I thought I could just power through the day. I was like, I just won't go to sleep. I'll be fine. I'll just power through the day. I was feeling okay, like after not sleeping. I just, laid there for a little while and then got up and had some coffee and took my oh yeah, okay. So Colin B just posted me Jay's video. I'll go watch that when I go downstairs in the bedroom. I'll put that on before I go to sleep. Oh, that's so cool. Finally jumping over to B-Sky. Hey, welcome. Welcome. Happy to have you. Yeah, even Adam's over on Blue Sky now. Because he swore off X, man. I was like so jealous when he basically he deactivated his account, but then he was worried, I think like Elon was gonna like shut it down or something like that. So he activated it again, but then just was inactive on it. And then he came over to Blue Sky.
Joe became a Tech Talk channel member. Joe Tashji celebrates 19 months of membership.
Thank you so much, man. Woo! I appreciate it. Thank you to Wolfsden.
De Wolfsden Yo tip $2. Take care of yourself and enjoy some pain-freeness.
Thank you, Joe Tashi. I appreciate it. I'm super tired right now, but surprisingly my back's holding up pretty decent. I did not expect that. My back usually after just streaming for like 2 hours, I'm already struggling to get the last hour in. And I'm actually not feeling like terrible right now. I mean, I'm exhausted as F, but surprisingly, I'm not feeling too terrible, which is weird because yesterday I was a wreck, like an absolute laid up wreck. And had Miss Barnacules she had to keep running the impact massager on my arms because I felt like I had my deep vein thrombosis coming back. Yeah, dude. So I guess I should be super thankful for that because this is pretty rare. If I wasn't so damn tired, I'd go out and install another camera because like I don't know when my back's going to be like this again. All right, guys. Well, I just want to let you know I appreciate you all. I legit appreciate you. You guys are amazing. Joe Taji, thank you for that 19 months being a channel friend. You absolute lovely bastard, you. And Dwarfsden, again, thank you for that last $2 super chat. You guys are amazing. Please enjoy your weekends. Dwarfsden said, I'm struggling. I've been in bed most of the day. Glad to see you doing better. That's the thing, too, is like when you're laid up in bed for a really long time, you start getting diminishing returns, right? Like when you don't move a lot, it starts causing like tons and tons of other problems. BB Junkies get some sleep, you mofo. I will. He said, could it be that it's too exhausted to transmit pain? I mean, I've been pretty exhausted before while being in extreme pain, so I don't think being exhausted is what's making the pain be low. It's a good question, because, yeah, usually I'm in a lot more pain than this, so I'm trying to figure out, like, I was hurting really bad. I was laid up yesterday. I laid down last night. I had a nightmare, woke up. I was hurting really bad. I couldn't get to sleep. And then I got up. I took my Adderall. I took my pain medication. Oh, actually, no, I took my pain medication a half an hour before I got up out of bed. I just sat there and let it dissolve under my tongue. So yeah, I don't know. This is weird. This is weird. I'm gonna have to figure it out, because if I can replicate whatever is making me feel okay sitting upright in a chair right now, this is a really good thing. I'm just gonna hope it holds out. Hey, Oystein, I'm glad I got to see you, man. Glad I got to see you before you took off. Before I took off, not you. All right, I'm just babbling at this point. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for all the super chats, you guys. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the channel memberships, and I'll catch you guys over on the old Twitch ski on Monday. My goal is to stream every day next week, even if it's just for an hour here and there. I'm going to try to stream every day next week, because I think that if I can't do that, even just for a couple of hours each day, I'm going to be fucking doomed. So I have to get into some kind of rhythm. Hopefully whatever's going on with my back right now, I can replicate this again, because this is very anomalous. This normally does not happen, where I sit upright for a while. However, I will say, my friend Adam's wife, actually, and Adam, they both got me a folding chair that's like super duper comfortable. They got one for my wife, and I tried it, and I was like, oh my God, I love it. And I was going to steal it from her, but they're like, oh, we'll get you one. And I ended up using it for playing Gran Turismo, and it's like the most comfortable Gran Turismo racing experience I've had. Like even more comfortable than sitting in my actual simulator. And so it gave me the ability to play the game longer. Like last night I couldn't, because my back was really killing me. But like the night before, before I did the cameras, I played for probably 2 hours straight, and I was feeling pretty good. And so I plan to bring that chair up here. I forgot to today, but when I stream on Monday, I think I'm going to bring that chair up here and sit in it. So if you guys see me sitting in a new chair and it looks like a camping chair, I'm going to give that a try, because it was super comfortable for me to sit in while I was playing the GT7. So I want to try it while I'm streaming and see if that helps, because a big thing that blocks me from live streaming as much as I want to is being able to sit up in this chair. So yeah, it's a folding chair. I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys when I bring it up here. BB Chung said, just saw your Elon Trump post on Beast Guy. Hilarious. Oh, I got some good ones on there, man. Hey, Carl Travis, you take care too, man. You guys have a wonderful weekend, okay? So I want you guys stay safe. You know, enjoy life to its fullest that you can, and I'll catch you guys here in a few days. All right, peace out. I really appreciate you guys.